Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Greetings and welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Well, what do y'all think about what's going on in Fulton County, Georgia? What do you think the night is like now that we've heard about the 6 counts that's been dismissed? I want to take us back down memory lane. Hey, Maria, Phyllis, Asatar, and everyone in the bushes and the clouds and the trees in the Bahamas, in Aruba, Belize, wherever you may be. Hello. Or should I be like JJ and say hello? It's one of those kind of days. But I want to take us back down memory lane since all of this money is getting thrown around. And I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but there has been a disturbance in the Young Thug's trial. It's an attorney who says, she has to quit because she's not making any money. I think she's making about $50,000. And they're over here giving away $700,000, actually $1 million, probably over $1 million when you look at those, 3 guys together. That's 5 contracts. And I just don't know why nobody's really making a stink about that. And one that really puzzles me is her father. Now, is he back in California for good? And I think that's probably why he responded to Ashley when she asked him about being in California. Because his name is John Floyd, the same as the Special Prosecutor, RICO Specialist John Floyd. And when I went back and read up on her and read about the school teachers, because that's something that's almost unforgivable. You take people that actually go to school and actually have the patience to work with children, and then the children are not getting it, possibly because of what's going on at home or whatever their problem is, but they're not getting it, and you're doing everything in your power to help them get it. And if they don't get past this, they'll never get anywhere. So you're trying to give them a boost. And, that's not right. But certainly it didn't merit going to prison for 5 years or more. And the prisons in Georgia are deplorable. I've been looking at those after the jail situation. They had a young man to pass. Of course, that's what that Nathan Wade story was about. And if y'all would see the conditions in the prison system, they had a young man that, I don't know if he did it or someone else did it, but he was hanging over the balcony. And this young man said he was there for almost 4 hours before a CO showed up because they're understaffed. So it appears in every sector of that county, they're understaffed. Yet the DA is jet setting, and she doesn't even know what continent she's on. All she knows is that the man she's traveling with is a world traveler. I mean, he's Jacques Cousteau. He's been all over every ocean. He can name them because he's been in them, I'm sure. But this is really not funny. You can't find any humor in it. Although you have to laugh to keep from crying. So you gotta find some kind of humor. But it is so sad to know that it's like this all over. This is not just happening there. We only know about this because she decided to go after whoever prompted her to go after Donald Trump. And a lot of people say a lot of bad things about Donald Trump, but it was a guy came in my comments and he wanted to know, what did Donald Trump do for the United States? What did he do for the black community? And I can tell you he's done more than any president that I know of, and I've been voting since I was 18 years old. I'm going to ask you, if you think you might like this video, please like it. Asator say we have 10 people in the chat that's watching, but only 4 likes. And believe it or not, those likes helps us get our video out to the public. It shows YouTube engagement. And we need all the engagement we can get. Because I don't really know how the commercials run. I don't even know if people even watch the commercials. But when you can like, and you have whatever number you have, if you have likes comparable to the numbers that are there, and then people are communicating, then it shows engagement. And so I appreciate you, whether you hit the like or not. The fact that you're here tells me something. And you're not the only ones who don't hit the like. For some reason, you can see videos with millions of views and only a couple of thousand of likes. I don't know what it is about the like button. They're going to have to probably come up with a way, and I don't know how they can do that because you might not want to like it. But where you enter in, the like button automatically goes off. And you may have to hit a button to not like it. I think that would be a suggestion I'll make. Because I see a lot of people with a lot of views, but not many likes. And they're so big till it doesn't matter to them. But when you're up and coming, every like helps. Every comment helps. Good, bad, or indifferent. It helps. Oh, they got Phyllis up there talking about smash. And she spelled it right. That is fantastic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take us back down memory lane. I'm going to first just play that little clip to let us know why we're listening to Nathan Wade's lawsuit. And we're not going to do much of it because I've read over the rest of it. And a lot of it is going to be the exhibits. Hey, M. Jones. Glad you're here. It's a lot of just exhibits. And then they kind of talk a little bit and not talking about him. So if we're not hearing about him, we really don't want to hear the rest of that lawsuit. Because I think they dismissed him from the lawsuit is what I believe happened. But let us remind ourselves of just who he is I just don't understand how anybody can listen to anything that relates to him, to Fani, to Chris Campbell, who for some reason they've been able to keep him out of the lights just like they have the father. And that's troubling. Who is he that he would stay under the radar? I don't know. But he is. Gabe Banks, and then Harold Jones, you know, the guy that was giving Ashley such a hard time at the Senate meeting. Well, he may be in a little trouble. It seems like a lot of those officials are in a little trouble. And it should be so troubling. I wish that we as a people can just see the signs of when we have the disasters that happen. You know, they always tell us, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. That's misinformation. No, it is not. And the CIA came up with the words conspiracy theory. And they came up with that so that you wouldn't investigate. And of course, you know, we want people to tell us everything. We don't really want to look for ourselves, but I guarantee you it's so rewarding when you start looking for yourself and then you find it. It really makes you feel empowered. And I think maybe that's what happened to a lot of these people, because I don't even know how these people got in law school. I'm talking none of them. The lady that was speaking at Young Thug's trial, I couldn't hardly understand her. Her accent was so very heavy. But they were talking about the media company. And I don't know if y'all remember, but Robin Yurty, that's what she did for the DA. She was the media consultant, and what she did is checked the internet, all of the different platforms, to see how she was looking on social media. And then if anybody wanted to interview her, then they would go through Robin. And when I was looking her up, I found that she had, I guess, a role in the Family Business. I don't know if y'all ever seen the Family Business, but that was a good little show. It used to come on BET. And I don't know whatever happened to it. But she had a little role in there. I saw her name. Robin Bryant, before she married. So it's a lot of hanky-panky going on. And then with what I've read about Nathan, and he's supposed to be from Hollywood, so who knows how these people are all intertwined. Their behavior is certainly Hollywoodish. Hey, so Alicia, glad to see you. So it's really strange how fiction has become the new normal. Things that we would have never dreamed of is actually playing out before our eyes. And we don't know what to do about it, how to change it, how to stop it. I often wonder, you know, really, what can we do? No one listens to anybody anymore. And certainly the children do not listen to the adults. But let's get started, because it's going to be interesting. Let me remind y'all how we got to this stage. Make sure I have the right one. I have so many of them up here. This is the right one. Well, I think I have to share it before I can hit it. Thank you, Alicia.
Election interference case against former President Donald Trump and others is under mounting scrutiny tonight after a defendant accused Fulton County Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade of having an improper personal relationship with DA Fani Willis.
So now joining us is 11/11 investigative reporter Zach Merchant, bringing us another connection here.
Yeah, and it's important to say right off the bat here, the allegations made in that filing have not been proven so far, but it is not the first time Wade's conduct has been questioned. Back in 2020, after a series of deaths in the Cobb County Jail, 11 Alive filed an open records request for documents related to the deaths. Despite having released many of those documents to the public in the past, the Sheriff's Office refused to release those records to us, saying many of the cases in question had been reopened as part of an external review of the jail. Nathan Wade's law firm was tasked with leading that review. 11 Alive ultimately sued to bring those records to light. In a filing in October of 2020, Cobb County's lawyer wrote that over the course of 5 months, Wade and his law partner had met with numerous staff members and inmates and reviewed hundreds of files. But when questioned by 11 Alive's lawyer Derek Bauer at a hearing just 3 days later, Wade said he didn't have any records of his work.
You do not have a single record in your possession that's associated with the review and assessment that you've been engaged to undertake?
I do not.
Does your law firm possess any records?
No, sir.
As your review and assessment for the Cobb County Sheriff's Office stands today, you have no work product whatsoever associated with that undertaking, correct?
Oh, I have work product. It's just not in the form of documents, communications, or record memorializing, reflecting evidence, or relating to the work as you've put it here.
Okay, well, what work product do you have?
Well, I have obviously my brainchild, what's going on in my mind about it. That's what I have.
In a ruling in favor of 11 Alive, a Superior Court judge ultimately dismissed Wade from that 2020 case, but also noted he had not produced any reports or other documentation.
All right, so definitely more to come on.
And I don't know if you all recall, but when Ashley was talking with the senators, she mentioned that not only did Wade not do anything, but he was paid $550 an hour. Now, they told everybody that his law firm did it pro bono. Now, I don't know if they're trying to make the money back up from the time that they gave away their time, which we know they didn't give away their time. Not, with the extravagance that they're trying to live. You will never make me believe that. Let me see here. I got that little document somewhere. That's my little computer virus thing running. Hi, Tasha. Good to see you. Child, when you're old and you have all this stuff open, you think you really know what you're doing. Here we go. We're going back to the lawsuit. And we stopped at 60, so I'm on 61. And if y'all like, I'll be more than happy to put it on the screen. Okay. If Sheriff Warren and the Cobb County Sheriff's Office wish to conduct a legitimate investigation of the recent deaths at the CCADC, there are numerous ways they could have done so. For example, Georgia law expressly permits Sheriff Warren to request assistance from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, the GBI, to investigate inmate deaths and related jailhouse incidents. And the GBI routinely accepts such requests. And then they give you the statute that allows them to do that. Sheriff Warren intentionally avoided asking the GBI to investigate potential criminal misconduct at CCADC because he could not control such an investigation. Instead, Sheriff Warren hired his personal lawyer to conduct a free, undefined, potentially limitless, and thus far wholly undocumented investigation that the sheriff's office is now unlawfully using as a pretext to man, I done jumped so fast I'm like jumping in the water. Still years worth of public but potentially unflattering documents from disclosure in the run-up to the sheriff's election. And again, a lot of this stuff happens around election time. And that's what we have to be really mindful of, because we are ran by fear. Although I hear a lot of people say they don't fear nobody and they don't fear nothing, but they live as if they fear everything. And they certainly fear making decisions. And I promise you, that's why we were given our brains. You know, we can be influenced by others, true that, but when it comes down to anything in our lives, we have to do it ourselves. So we have to be mindful that we have to make our own decisions. Number 63, upon information and belief, this is not the first time the Cobb County Sheriff's Office has abused the pending investigation exemption to withhold public records, including certain of the records at issue in this case. Before filing her lawsuit against the Cobb County Sheriff's Office and others late last year, Mr. Wilson's next of kin asked the Sheriff's Office to produce records concerning Mr. Wilson's imprisonment and death. The Sheriff's Office refused to produce any such records, citing the pending investigation exemption, and they give the the statute, but stated that following release of the medical examiner's report, the investigation would be closed and the found materials released. After the medical examiner's report was released, the Sheriff's Office still refused to produce any documents related to the investigation of Mr. Wilson's death, claiming that the GBI was reviewing the county's findings. Yet, when Mr. Wilson, next of kin, sent an Open Records Act request to the GBI for records related to its investigation, the GBI responded that no such records were located. So they didn't even contact the GBI. And again, I'm looking for things with Mr. Wade's name involved, and he may not be involved. This just shows you how poor management these people are in all their endeavors. And I don't know how Ashley Merchant listened to all of those city council meetings that she listened to, or the commissioners' meetings, because it was just horrible. I'm going to let you guys hear one when she's going asking for the money. And it just sounds just so like she really is going to do the right thing. Or like, the people are just out there wild and uncivilized, and it's urgent. Plaintiffs repeat and incorporate by reference all of the previous allegations of this complaint as though fully set forth therein. Pursuant to the statute, all documents, papers, letters, maps, books, tapes, photographs, computer-based or generated information, data fields, or similar material prepared and maintained or received by a private person or entity in the performance of a service or function for or on behalf of an agency or public records subject to disclosure under the Open Records Act. Whatever the scope of this engagement by the Cobb County Sheriff's Office at Sheriff Warren's request, Mr. Wade's activities in furtherance of that engagement are a service or function for or on behalf of the Cobb County Sheriff's Office. You just wonder, how could these people actually live with themselves, but they seem to have no problem. The Cobb County Sheriff's Office is an agency as defined by the statute. All documents and records that Mr. Wade has prepared, maintained, and or received in connection with his engagement by the Cobb County Sheriff's Office are public records, subject to disclosure under the Open Records Act. But as you recall, he said everything was in his brainchild. On September 2nd, 2020, so y'all, we ought to just try to figure out, when was he really suffering from the emasculated illness that she was not going to do? Because remember, it was 2020 when he was supposed to been, I'm going to say, dysfunctional. Mr. Wade was required to respond to the second ORA request within 3 business days, i.e. by September 8, 2020, according to the statute. Mr. Wade failed to respond to the second ORA request by September 8, 2020, and he still has not responded to the second ORA request. On September 10, 2020, plaintiff requests that Mr. Wade produce the record sought by the third ORA request. On September 10th, 2020, plaintiffs requested that Mr. Wade produce the record sought by the third ORA. Mr. Wade was required to respond to the third ORA request within 3 business days, i.e. September 15th, 2020. And they give you the statute. Mr. Wade failed to respond to the third ORA request by September 15, 2020, and he still has not responded to the third ORA request. Mr. Wade's failure to respond to the second ORA request and the third ORA request violated the Opens Records Act. So what happens when you violate the Opens Records Act? Look like nothing. You just get a promotion, make more money, move to another county. The court should enforce compliance with the Open Records Act by entering an interlocutory and final injunction directing Mr. Wade to immediately produce to plaintiffs all records in his possession, custody, or control that are responsive to the second ORA request and the third ORA request. The language sounds so demanding, but look like these people don't pay this language no attention. Count 3, attorney's fees and costs for litigation. Plaintiffs repeat and incorporate by reference all of the previous allegations of this complaint as though fully set forth herein. Pursuant to the code, if the court determines that defendant acted without substantial justification in failing to comply with the Open Records Act, it shall, unless it finds that special circumstances exist, assess in favor of the complaining party reasonable attorney's fees and other litigation costs reasonably incurred. And boy, they sure sound like they make up a lot of excuses for him. If by chance, by way, if it should be Sheriff Warren and Miss Clements refused to produce the records sought by the ORA request, including records that were previously provided to members of the public. Based on a manufactured investigation and improper assertion of the pending investigation, exception lacked substantial justification. Sheriff Warren intentionally sought to frustrate the purpose of the Open Records Act and to avoid his obligations under the Open Records Act by commissioning his personal lawyer. And from the way that story read, if you read the article, he wasn't really his lawyer, although he had been a couple of places with him. He was a friend of the lady that he's supposed to be dating as well as Fani, and that would be Miss Sonia Allen, who used to work in Fani's office because of him, and then he came and took her place. And now she's back in Cobb County running for district attorney over there. And the reason she left Cobb County is because the sheriff that did all of this stuff with Wade did not get elected, and she was his deputy, right-hand person. So she had to go when he had to go, and the new sheriff came to town. Conduct an undefined and all-encompassing investigation related to the CCADC, and then relying on that investigation to broadly sweep several years' worth of public records into the pending investigation exception to the Open Records Act. Sheriff Warren and Miss Clements' refusal to produce the records sought by the ORA request was not based on a legitimate need to protect records of a pending investigation or on a reasonable interpretation of the pending investigation exception to the Open Records Act, but was in, I always read that wrong. I should say that a little different, but I think about it after I've said it. But instead intended to prevent the public disclosure of potentially unflattering information in the run-up to the November election. Everything centers around the election. Something always happens. Mr. Wade's complete failure and refusal to respond to the second ORA request and third ORA request lacked any, much less substantial justification. Mr. Wade has offered no justification or excuse for his failure to respond to the second ORA request or the third. Defendants have displayed a total disregard for their obligation under the Open Records Act and left plaintiffs with no way to obtain the requested records other than filing this enforcement action. And then they give, pursuant to the statute, plaintiffs are entitled to an award of their reasonable attorney fees and other litigation costs in bringing this enforcement. So we're going to stop right there because we've heard enough about his behavior. And you know, that's what all of this boils down to, is behavior. And y'all can't hear me. I'm trying to find my stop sharing button. Okay. That's enough of Mr. Wade. I don't know if y'all want to be like that young man who wanted to know what has Donald Trump done for anybody. But I think that it bears mentioning. I know he was the first president in my 65 years of life that I ever heard, when he gave a speech, talk about the birthrights of us as human beings. I promise y'all, the only thing I knew about birthrights was, in the Bible when they talked about Esau and his brother. I had no clue or no thought about a birthright. But it goes to your identity and not the card that they have you showing as an identification card. It goes to your bloodline, your pedigree, your culture, your nation. That's what it ties back to. And if you don't know that, and this guy, he was talking about black people, and so I came up with all of these names, and I decided not to put that in there, but it really kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because we should really start researching. That's all I can tell people. We all talked about Obama and how great he was, and we don't know anything Obama has done but went to Africa and got AFRICOM, and then made it possible for the same sex that love each other can now have a union. And that's all that I know he did. Now, if he did something greater than that, then please share it with me, because I don't know. And like I was telling that guy, no matter who's been in office since I've been voting, my living conditions has not changed. But it has changed for some people, because here's some of the things, and this is a guy who's in Hollywood, and he put this out on Scribs, and he just said so many people asked him, why do he support Trump? And so he wanted to tell why he supported him. So he did the research, and he updates it periodically. The things that he did that, when he was in office. And so these are some of the things that he's done that I thought was just awesome. And I don't think I put the one on there, but he made it lawful and legal for women to actually breastfeed in public and not be ashamed. And for those who just get Similac and Enfamil and WIC, that means nothing. But to a mother that breastfeeds and her baby start crying at the most inopportune time, that means the world to her and the baby. It says a comment, this is what I wrote from this person, said Trump did nothing for the United States, everything for Israel. What did he do for the black community? And I said, thank you. Here are some things that President Trump did, and I suggest you go and research them for yourself to fact check them. Number one, President Trump signed the Preventing Maternal Deaths Act. Now, if you all recall, I just did a series on how we're dying in large numbers in our community. So I thought this was awesome, and I didn't even know he had done this, but he did it. Which was written by a Republican lawmaker that provides funding for states to develop maternal mortality review committees to better understand maternal complications and identify solutions, and largely focuses on reducing the higher mortality rates for Black Americans. And it says you should go and look. Oh, I said that. I'm sorry, y'all. I said you should go and look at my videos that I did when we were talking about us dying in childbirth at such an exorbitant rate. Number two, in 2018, President Trump signed the groundbreaking First Step Act, a criminal justice bill which enacted reforms that make our justice system fair and help former inmates successfully return to society. One president that everybody loved wrote the omnibus bill along when he was a senator with President Clinton to lock everybody up for the mandatory minimums. And that means if you got a federal drug charge for crack cocaine, then you would get 24 years and above. A lot of federal judges actually quit their jobs because they had no power. And as I stated, there were stories. If you go on this website, it's called Families Against Mandatory Minimums, FAM, and you'll see all of the stories of what people had to go through. Now, I can say this. President Obama did do this because it was a lady that, this was one of the saddest stories, and it's really crazy how it happened. She had a car dealership, and it was like the #1 Cadillac dealership wherever she lived. And this gentleman that she knew, he lived in Florida, I believe, and he had like a Chevrolet dealership. Unfortunately, she didn't know it, but he was actually selling drugs through his vehicles. And there is nothing that you do that the feds don't know. They watch you for years before they ever come and knock on your door. And they know what they know. And they caught him. And at what point in time do you get stopped in a car and they ask you, who did you buy your vehicle from? And he gave this lady up saying that she switched like tags or VIN numbers or something. And anyway, she ended up going to prison. She had one daughter, and her daughter used to come and see her. And where they were, it was very cold and icy. And her daughter came every chance she could. And the last time she came, she fell asleep going home. And she lost her only baby while she was locked up. And one thing I do know, that President Obama did pardon her. So she did get to come home. Shouldn't have never been there, but she got to come home. So you have to really be careful who you know, and especially since my audiences is more like my age, and maybe you guys are more computer savvy than me, or maybe you've been on the internet a while. I just used to just look at videos. I didn't really deal with lives or anything like that, but be very careful who befriend you. Use discernment. That's what my son tells me all the time, to use discernment, because you really don't know people, and they come wolves in sheep's clothing, and they will befriend you and take advantage of you, and the next thing you know, you'll see your whole family life on YouTube. So you have to be very careful. I don't care how sweet the person sounds, how nice. I am who I say I am, but I don't care if it's me. You just need to really protect yourself, your heart, your mind. A lot of people come here to learn. Some come to just laugh. Some come to be a part of a community, a family, because they may not have any. And so all of that is good. But you really have to be careful. Be very careful. That's all I have to say about that. Number 3. The First Step Act reforms address inequities in sentencing laws that disproportionately harmed Black Americans and reformed mandatory minimums that created unfair outcomes. It's amazing when I'm reading all of these research papers and stuff, how my own people have been researching and studying, and when we be complaining about these issues, they say that we're just complaining and we don't want to get up and do nothing, and we're just lazy, and we built this country. And I heard somebody just say the other day, I think that was the President Biden, said that the illegal Hispanics built this country. I'm like, man, he done lost his mind. Now, I can say that they've certainly gentrified the country. Yes, they have done that, because we have just act like we just don't want to work, most of our people. But they do work, and we don't want to take nothing from nobody. But there are some that's lazier than the people I know. So it's all kind of people. People are just that, people. Number 4, over 90% of those benefiting from the retroactive sentencing reductions in the First Step Act are Black Americans. The First Step Act expanded judicial discretion in sentencing of nonviolent criminals. The First Step Act provides rehabilitative programs to inmates, helping them successfully rejoin society and not return to crime. And that's really something that really needs to happen, because in that 96 omnibus bill, you know, if you got a federal drug charge, then you don't qualify for any federal help at all. No aid, no home, no nothing. So that's really good. Number 7, Trump increased funding for historically Black colleges and universities by more than 14%. Trump signed legislation forgiving Hurricane Katrina debt that threatened HBCUs. Number 9, made HBCUs a priority by creating the position of Executive Director of the White House Initiative at HBCUs. Number 10, Trump received the Bipartisan Justice Award at a historically Black college for his criminal justice reform accomplishments. Number 11, new single-family home sales are up 31.6% in October 2019 compared to just 1 year ago. And again, all of this is when he was in office. Number 12, poverty rates for African Americans and Hispanic Americans have reached their lowest levels since the U.S. began collecting such data. Number 13, under Trump, the FDA approved more affordable generic drugs than ever before in history. Number 14, reformed the Medicare program to stop hospitals from overcharging low-income seniors on their drugs. And man, do they overcharge us on our drugs. Saving seniors hundreds of millions of dollars this year alone. Number 15, signed right to try legislation, which allows terminally ill patients to try any experimental treatment that wasn't allowed before. Number 16, signed the VA Choice Act and VA Accountability Act, expanded VA telehealth services, walk-in clinics, and same-day urgent primary and mental health care. And we know that our veterans really need that. Number 17, Trump signed bill making CBD and hemp legal. Number 18, Trump's EPA gave $100 million to fix the water infrastructure problem in Flint, Michigan. And from what I understand, that water stuff's still not fixed. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't live in Michigan. But I've heard people say that, just like New Orleans and Katrina, in some of the areas, it's still just as bad as it was, except the water is not there. He said, there is so much more that he did for all Americans and the world. This ought to show you why they hate Trump. And it is, y'all, it's 3 pages of stuff that this man did, for real. This is just what I picked out because the guy wanted to know about what did he do for Black people. But it is truly a document of 3 pages of things that he has done. And he has done great things to help humanity, in my opinion. I don't know Donald Trump, but like I said, I liked him as a kid. All I knew, he was a millionaire, and I don't know anybody in the hood that didn't like Donald Trump. He's probably the richest man that every rapper in the world at one point in time sung about. And then he came up with The Apprentice, and you know, everybody really liked him on The Apprentice because he had that little, you know, air that we thought he would have, you know, kind of Elliot Ness like, untouchable. He said, I'm like Donald Trump since I was, oh no, that's me saying this. I'm like Donald Trump, this is what I told that guy, since I was a young girl, and I love to see him and his first wife and children. I don't know the one that most Europeans hate and tell the herd to hate. And there they go. Not me. If he had never done any of these things, I would have liked him for what I know of him, family loyalty. I do not know him personally. Believe what you like, but I don't have any negative stuff to say about President Trump. And after this information, if you do, I only ask that you say it where there are like minds. I don't agree to disagree with no one. If we do not have a meeting of the minds after a few words, I change the conversation or move on. And in this case, others will have to move on. I really appreciate your time and engagement. So I don't know, some people just feel the need to argue. And, maybe you can indulge them if you engage, but I don't. I am who I say I am. And that is 100% Asiatic woman in America, a Mexican, indigenous to this land, with unalienable rights, and the first president that I ever heard speak about birthrights was President Donald J. Trump. He's the first one I ever heard. And maybe they all have done it, but I haven't heard him. One time he told people, you need to learn your history, because if you don't know your history, you're bound to repeat them. They got mad at the man for saying that, but ain't that what we teach our children? And don't you need to know where you come from in order to know where you're going? I just don't understand. Some people, just don't get a chance. But it don't stop him. He keep on going. Hey, Charlene. Yes, ma'am, Tasha. I mean, some serious. I don't know what's wrong with the people. Or else what you could do, because I don't really know how to do all of that. Child, and I be messing up so much stuff over here. My son tell me all the time, old folks ought to keep their ass off this technology, but, I'm hard-headed. But if you would send me an email, I'll send it to you. Because it would be better for me that way. I don't know how to do it. And I went in Scribd, so when it comes up, it opens up in, like the PDF. So I don't really see the link. And the link might be right there looking at me, but I don't know. But yeah, I do have it, and I'll freely, give it. I used to have it in my little ticker tape here that I give away to anybody who requested a Henry Campbell's Black Law Dictionary, 4th edition, and the book Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. And, I think the biggest problem with us is we've been indoctrinated and a lot of this stuff is happening to us, but it's not for the reasons that we think is happening to us. And all I got to get you to do is buy into my idea. And if you buy into my idea, then Eskimos will be buying ice. Talking about they like the way that ice tastes. It tastes better than ice here. But that's just how it goes. Okay. Alicia said she may be. Okay, I can tell you the guy who prepared the document, and he does have a Twitter and stuff. Hold on, let me see if this is the original document. Here's the original document. I just took some of that off. And I'm going to put that up, and you can see his link because he does have a link. Thank you, Alicia, because I know you bad all by yourself. I'm surprised you ain't already dropped it in here. Between you, Maria, and Regina, y'all some go-getters. But this is who put it all together. And he updates it regularly. You can sign up for updates at this place here. And let me just show y'all all the stuff. Because child, I don't know how to highlight. I almost highlight the whole page. But he's done a lot with sex trafficking. And here it is with the breastfeeding. Trump signed a bill to require airports to provide spaces for breastfeeding moms. And then they talk about the lowest paid Americans enjoyed a 4.5 income boost in November 2019 that outpaces the 2.9 gain in earnings for the country's highest paid workers. Yeah, he's done some things. So, they can pretend he didn't. We know we were at war and people were feeling good and doing better. Now, some people was beside themselves. But, people are people. And I'll go back up to the front page so y'all can, get that information if I took it down too soon. But he did a lot of things. And he created a White House VA hotline to help veterans and principally staffed it with veterans and direct family members of veterans. VA employees are being held accountable for poor performance, with more than 4,000 VA employees removed, demoted, and suspended so far. He was really on that VA. So they can say what they want, But he did what he did. And we know, one of the content creators that came home on that act. So we know that it's real. Now, I don't know how people know people, how they get chosen. Sometimes it's just the luck of the draw. I don't know. And he was bringing jobs back. So when you see all these things that this man has done, that's why come they can do 4 lawsuits throughout the United States, hitting them left, right, front, and back. But he did all of this stuff. This man put this together. And you can fact check it all. I haven't fact checked any of it. But I do know some of these things that happened. But these are all the things. It's actually 15 pages of things that this gentleman has put together over his 4 years as president. And like I said, I just, picked out some things that would hopefully satisfy the young person that asked me the question. Some people may like, some people may not like. But you can't please everybody. You can just be fair and do your best. Here's one on January 31st, 2020. President Trump signed an executive order meant to combat human trafficking and online child exploitation, including adding a new position at the White House to focus on the issue and coordinate all government agencies to fight human trafficking plus child trafficking. The executive order also expands prevention education programs, promotes housing opportunities for survivors, and prioritizes the removal of child sexual abuse material from the internet. The State Department will also be tasked with creating a website to serve as a clearinghouse for resources and information on government-wide efforts to combat human trafficking. So, I mean, really, I don't know what people want. And then he's showing, graphics and stuff. So he put in a lot of work, and then he's just telling, how he feel about it and how his family would ask him about it. So he decided to, do this. And right there at the bottom, it looks like he has a YouTube, but he has an Instagram.com, Robert Starbuck. And it's Robbie, not Robert. Robbie. I'm going to show y'all the top page, though. So now is the time that people should just be, reading and trying to find out about people so that they can make an informed decision. And now we're going to get ready to get back to Peyton Place. Y'all may be a little too young for Peyton Place, but some of y'all not. We finna get ready for Peyton Place, child.
Open review here.
Okay, now this was done 3 years ago. Now I want y'all to listen to what she said. I'm gonna have to pick it up because it won't let me just bring her in. Well, it might have if I would have went over to the YouTube instead of the document. I'm learning. Okay, here it is right here. Yes, tell the truth now. I believe that too. I sure do.
Ms. Willis, you've been in office a little over a month, and you've announced to the governor and others that you've opened an investigation into the former president of the United States. Was that the way you were expecting to start off your tenure?
Actually, on day one in the office, which was January the 4th, I worked actually the 1st through the 3rd, but on the first official day in the office, January 4th, was the announcement of this issue. And so, no, I would say that I probably had the most unusual first day of work of anyone ever. Certainly, this is not what we expected we would inherit on day one. I had my mind on other things. I knew I was walking into other issues. But, I mean, you just deal with the hand that you're dealt. And if there are allegations of a crime that happened in the jurisdiction of Fulton County, it's my duty to look at it. And so, although it's not what we were expecting, it is not what I could have ever anticipated would be going on in my first 6 weeks in office. We're here.
Are you nervous?
Not at all.
He's the president, former president.
Not at all.
You look at it as just another case?
I do look at it just as another case. You and I have talked before, and I made a commitment to the citizens of Fulton County, and that commitment was that I would treat everyone fairly and that we would be serious prosecutors in this office. We would do proper investigations. We would not charge anyone before a proper investigation was done, but where it was appropriate, we would bring charges. You probably know this, what maybe some of your viewers don't, is I did not even allow any case in this jurisdiction to go to grand jury January and February. That was because I did not believe the cases had been investigated. And so I am not going to bring an indictment on any citizen without an investigation. And so there's no way on January the 4th we could have done a proper investigation. But I will give anyone that we're looking at the same courtesy, which is that we will look at them thoroughly and their conduct. We're going to look at the laws, we're going to look at the facts, and we're going to make a decision.
You said in your letter this is high priority. Why?
I think I tell people, and it may sound idealistic, but I believe it to be true. I think that government has three responsibilities. The first responsibility is the one that I've taken on every day. The first thing that I think a free society should do is to keep us safe. And so that's why the law enforcement community should be respected, and it's so important. The second responsibility, I think, in a free society that runs well is to educate our population so they can go on to fulfill our dreams and be productive citizens. The third is, in a free society, in a democratic society, we need to have elections. And elections have to be run in a way that the community has confidence in them. We're at a point where the issue 1 and 3 have intersected. And so it's of high priority to me that my community in particular knows that they have a prosecutor sitting here. When these issues arise, she will investigate them.
You plan on issuing grand jury subpoenas?
Well, that's the way a proper investigation is done. And so, yes, we will issue grand jury subpoenas.
What would you
know,
subpoena?
As a prosecutor, you can be kind and you can ask people to give you things, but they're not compelled to do it unless you issue a subpoena. And so that's the way we will operate.
Can you tell us what you would plan on subpoenaing?
I just would never get into that. That goes into the investigation, and I think that's improper.
Can you talk at all about the range of charges that are possible in this case that you spelled out in your letter?
I think that we're going to have to look at the conduct with an investigation. You know, somebody asked me, how long will you investigate? And there's no way I could answer that responsibly, because a case is like an onion. As you peel things back, you learn different things. And so we will investigate when we do witness interviews, and those witness interviews reveal that there might be a document we should look at, or an email that we should look at, or a call log that we should look at. Certainly we will subpoena those normal things in an investigation. But as I stated, we will treat this case like any other case. You know, some investigations you do and no charges are brought, because that is the right answer. Some investigations you do and it's only appropriate to bring charges. That's the way we'll treat this case.
Some on the other side of the political aisle might say you're just trying to grab headlines. You're just trying to make a name for yourself.
I have no interest in headlines or making a name for myself. I'm in my dream job. All I ever wanted to be since I was a child is a lawyer. Once I became a prosecutor, there was no other job more appropriate for me. I hate bullies. I love what I do. I want to be a part of keeping our community safe. And I don't know what the headlines would get me when I'm already sitting in the best job on earth.
Could y'all please tell me who believed what she just said in that interview? Does anybody in this chat? Hi, Isetta. Does anybody in this chat believe what this lady just said in that interview? She said law enforcement is supposed to be respected, right? She said they are to be respected. This is the commander-in-chief of the military. If that's not law enforcement, I don't know what law enforcement is. Now, I'm not saying nobody, has carte blanche to do what they want to do. But I'm saying you wouldn't treat a president different than you would treat an unknown. I just don't believe that. One of the reasons that you get to the levels, there are levels. There are steps on a ladder. You're going up. That don't mean you have to mistreat nobody, but certainly you give honor to whom honor is due. And then the very thing that she's using, from what I understand from when I heard the judge, those are the very things that's getting dismissed. But he said they have the right to bring them again if they can write the paperwork. So I'm much of the opinion that, her father is the John Floyd and not the John Floyd, the Rico man, because something is very fishy about that. And I guess I'm the only person in America that's concerned about it, because I don't hear nobody talking about it. Now, I have heard Liquid talk about it. Liquid does talk about it. She does. Yes, Charlene. And that's all it is. Well, listen to this when she's asking for the money. Remember the money that Ashley said that she was getting, talking about the crime, and she was going to get that money for that until she got it? Listen to this. This is really something.
But more importantly, from the people that each of you were elected to serve. We have a public safety crisis going on. And Commissioner Ellis, it affects your jurisdiction in the same way it does all of your colleagues. I learned something as I met with each of you this week, and that was kind of what makes you tick. What information do you need to make decisions? And so one thing that you said was you wanted specifics. So I made sure that my staff pulled out specifics just for you. And as we go through this, we're going to talk about them. I have watched the entire day, so it has not been hours I've been waiting. It's been an entire day. But I'm like Commissioner Arrington. I got all night to deal with these issues. I am sorry that Commissioner Morris left, because I wanted to tell him by example that we are in a crisis. In his very district today, there was a shooting in Buckhead at the Toast of Lenox. Commissioner Hall, you know what I found really interesting today? You all were talking about the Hammond House. That's in your district. I have some murder numbers in here, but they're already wrong. Last night, 2 blocks from the Hammond House, there's yet another murder. So if there's anyone in here confused and thinks I'm here to talk about widgets, I'm here to talk about human life. So why am I here with you today? Well, I promised transparency, and that I would bring integrity to this office, and that I was going to be open and honest with the public when it was working well, Commissioner Hausman, and when it wasn't. And so I'm here today, so they're not backdoor meetings. There's not secret conversations, but the public knows what I'm doing and when those efforts are frustrated. When I took office in January, there was already a problem. Will you give me the next page, please? The next one. The next slide, please. The problem that this county is facing, each of you have heard me say it, it's the great trifecta that puts us in the predicament that we are in today. One, I took over an office that was mismanaged. Now that just sounds like fancy words, or I'm trying to bash the last elected. But we're going to talk about what the effects of that mismanagement were. We're going to talk about the fact that my brother stands here as another person trying to seek justice, and that before me and him took office, there was zero relationship between the sheriff and the DA. We're going to talk about an historic backlog from 2016 to 19 that doesn't have a damn thing to do with COVID. We're going to talk about staff that was not what the staff is today, qualified to handle this level of cases. We're going to talk about a crisis that's going on in each and every one of your districts. None of your constituents are safe. Not yours, Mr. Pitts, Chairman Pitts. Not yours, Commissioner Hall. Not yours, Commissioner Ellis. Not yours. And we're going to get to how do we fix it. On top of the historic backlog, then came COVID, creating other issues, and then the rise to crime. Will you take me to the next slide? Historical mismanagement, what does it mean? It means I walked into an office that had 6,085 cases unindicted, uncharged felonies. That's what it means. It means I had 51,000 cases going back to the late 90s that had not been appropriately closed. It meant I was sitting with 11,000 cases indicted in the pipeline but not reserved. And it means I was faced with unqualified staff. Take me to the next slide, please. Then COVID hits, so we make a problem worse. I shared with Commissioner Hausman, and she was just in shock. Not only did COVID hit, but there was an office that went home March of last year and didn't return to the new DA game. That's a reality. You had about 10 to 12% of dedicated staff there, and you had cases and crime going on, and nothing was happening. Take me to the next slide, please. What does this rise in crime mean? What does it really mean? It just sounds cute, right? What it means is last year at this time, there were 51 rapes in Atlanta. This year, there's 95. It's an 86% increase. What does it mean about rapes? It means last year at this time, Commissioner Hall, this is before last night, so my number's inaccurate. There was 61 cases. Now there's 76. Those aren't just widgets or numbers, and I need you to tell your staff that. That's 15 more of your constituents dead. Go to the next slide, please. And we're in.
I'm going to interject right there. And you know, everybody in Atlanta should actually go to YouTube and look at this video. It's 3 of them, I believe. But look at this meeting and this passion and this integrity and this honor and how she's feeling it. Only to take the money once she got it and said that she can do what she will and hired her boyfriend. And if y'all don't think that something's wrong with that, it's got to be something wrong with you. It just cannot be this much passion, these many numbers that you know are real. But yet when you get the money, you run in the other direction.
We're in a crisis. Recently, the Supreme Court issued an order. There's a rule within the law that defendants have to be indicted within 90 days. It had been put on pause. But on May 13th, the honorable justices decided that that rule had to go back into effect. And so we had over 1,000 defendants sitting that either needed to be indicted or they were going to get a bond and be released. It's real simple. The Honorable Judge Brasher, because the court gave him authority, said, well, I'm going to give a little breathing room. And he extended that 90 days, 30. And we begged. But he says, I can do it no further. I have no authority. Prior to COVID, what the DA's office was given was 0.01, somebody write that down, percentage of the money to deal with this unprecedented problem. Can you take me to the next slide? So maybe you're thinking, well, this ain't really my issue, not in my district. But no, the murders are occurring everywhere. There is 154, although the slide represents 150, coming from each and every one of your districts, suspects that may get out of jail on September the 13th. Write it down.
There are another 78 rapists. And there are 1,433 violent offenders. Let me tell you how violent the offenders are. My brother here, he shared a story with me. See, he's trying to deal with this problem of jail overcrowding. And so he went to sheriffs in other counties to see could we get some relief. Then they looked at our defendants and said, oh, no, I'm gonna leave that with you because those folks too violent. That's other law enforcement. That's what kind of crises we're in. Can you please take me to the next slide? So maybe people are confused and they think that once again, I'm just talking about widgets. No, I'm talking about human life. I wish I could give you all 154. I wish I could give you all 154, but let me talk to you a little while about these victims from your district, Mr. Ellis. This young lady, she was in her 70s. My mama would say that's young. Her tenant bludgeoned her to death. That's one of the 153. Take me to the next slide. What about this beautiful baby from District 2? Femur broke, dead. Can you take me to the next slide? What about this handsome young man? He moved here from Pennsylvania. Is a high exec at UPS. After a hard work week, he went to have a drink. I think that's his right. He walked up and became a victim to gang violence. He's dead. I'm the one who talks to his mama. Next slide. What about this beautiful young lady? She's not even from our county. She's from Cobb. Her and her mama and auntie shopping at Christmas. Anybody here don't go to the mall around Christmas? How about dead? How about this is part of the 153? Next slide, please. How about this person? Driving on our interstate. Anybody here that drives on the interstate? Anybody? Young man driving. Reckless speed. Maybe you think from District 4 this was the only victim. No, there was also a 3-month old baby killed and 3 others seriously injured in your district. Next slide. He's a famous actor. Well known. Goes to the convenience store. I'm wondering if anyone around here ever goes to a convenience store. Gets in a verbal dispute, is followed home and shot in the back multiple times. Your district. Next slide. What about this beautiful young lady? Ever pulled off an interstate? Oh, and what about coincidences and how I know there's a God? I saw all of y'all this morning stand up here and cry with a young lady who had lost someone. Guess what? Same day, hours after, some of the same people at both scenes and both suspects are in the 153 days. Excuse me, the 153 murder suspects. Both the victim of that mama that you stood up here with and the suspect in this one. What's next? Can you take me to the next slide? This gentleman with acquaintances, District 6, they in the dispute with a shooting. Now, Commissioner Pitts, each of them has a percentage. But you and I know one thing, 100% fall on you because you represent all these districts and 100% falls on me. Next slide.
Y'all mean to tell me y'all ain't heard nothing I said? I was livid. I spoke to Brianna and Kelly G, and y'all ain't heard nothing I said. But y'all, I just think that we should just look at this, is what I'm saying. And just look at the passion that she had when she was telling these people, calling off all those names, showing those pictures. This is what she need the millions of dollars for, and she got 2.7. They said at the end of that, when she asked, it was like 780,000, and then starting in January, it was going to up to $5 million. And this is during the time, what was that? July of 2021, she was preparing to bring Nathan on November the 1st. Not to mention that his partners were already working for her by January 25th of 2021. So we got to keep these 5 contracts together because they pretend they shared them all equally. All 3. Those men had 2 contracts each. One, they made $60 an hour. The other, they made $150 an hour. That's $210 an hour. This is ridiculous. Now, let's listen to this interview, and this is just 4 months ago, October 2023. Let's listen to the story she's saying to this man compared to the passion that she said to those people when she was asking for the money.
According to Fulton County Court Administration, through a public records request, there were about 1,232 individuals at the jail as of August of this year who had not been indicted. Commissioner Ellis just 2 days ago talked about the unindicted at the jail, and he referenced 521 inmates at the jail that have been there more than 90 days who are unindicted. 60 of them have been there more than a year. And he said, quote, "If that's not pretty disturbing data, I don't know what is." What's your reaction to that?
That Commissioner Ellis is not a supporter of criminal justice, is ignorant, doesn't know what he's talking about most days, and is just not really trying to make himself informed of the issues or the progress. That would be my reaction to that statement. People have to be realistic about what was here when we arrived, what the crime rates were just post-pandemic, and then realistic about the resources it will take to deal with the issues. And so typically I don't rely that heavily on the data they give. I do get data from the clerk, as you have done, to make sure that we're always accurate on what the data is, how we're moving forward, and what the progress is. But that would be my general reaction. I hope we're going to talk about it in more detail, though.
So what is the accurate number? It's according to the court administration, it's 1,200.
So the last time that I looked at the data, it was right around 1,200 for unindicted defendants in jail. About 800 of those defendants were 90 days or less, right? So that would put you at about 400, doing basic math, that are more than 90 days. But first of all, you have to understand what's the relevance of that. There's not relevance to that in terms of they want to give you a false narrative. And the false narrative they want to give you is that if someone is unindicted, that means they don't have access to bond or to freedom. That's not correct. And so we have to deal with that. Do you understand what I mean when I say that? The commissioners have tried to paint this picture.
Now, can y'all see the difference when she was telling those commissioners about the unindicted and how the Supreme Court said they couldn't keep them? And now she's saying it lackadaisical, like they're lying to you. They're just making something up. Like that means something. That don't mean nothing. How can this be? This was 4 months ago. She did that other in 2021 when she got all this money for Nate. Yes, exactly, Alicia. Exactly. This is unbelievable. Hey, Moonchild Pink. This is really, I mean, it could really make you cry if you just thought about it too long. And especially if you've ever had a loved one in prison, or if you have a loved one that's locked up now. It could really be a lot. And this is just looking at somebody else's city and somebody else's problem. Imagine if you lived through this. It is unbelievable. Let's listen to her tell this beautiful, calm story.
That somehow incarceration and indictment tie hand in hand, and they don't. The only thing 90 days does is say by law, at 90 days, if one is not indicted, they're entitled to a bond. So it's really counterintuitive, the argument that they're making in general. You have to deal with what it was when we got here. We got here on January the 1st of 2021. When we got here on January the 1st of 2021, there were more than 18,000 cases unindicted, more than 18,000. Very well documented, don't have to rely on me. You can rely on the clerk for that particular number. That's January 1st of 2021, 18,000 cases unindicted. Those cases.
I thought the staff was incompetent when she came, and she didn't tell them people nowhere near 18,000. And she must be forgetting that this stuff is on video.
Cases went back to the year of 2012, really. But even if you dealt with back to 2014, because that's the number that they have the data is active today, 2014 to 2021. So you had unindicted cases going back for 7 years not dealt with. Some of it was caused by the pandemic, right? In 2020, cases could not be indicted. There was no grand jury here, although there could have been investigations done. They weren't. Really, the ship was just abandoned in 2020. Since that historical time, we have cut the backlog by about 5,000 cases. Now, I don't want you to think that means we only did those 18,000 cases. The first number I want you to...
So I want to make sure, the 18,000 you're talking about is, as of last year, it was unindicted, 18,000 unindicted?
So let's make sure we're talking... Yeah. So we get here January 1st, 2021. So from January, from 2014, to January the 1st of 2021, 18,000 unindicted. So December 31st, 2020, we'll say, right? Okay. So from 2014 to 2020, in excess of 18,000 cases unindicted. That had occurred over that 6-7 year period, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, December 31st of 2020. As you sit here right now, there are none of those cases unindicted, 0. So that entire backlog was cleared. It was cleared either by indicting a case, accusing a case, or declining a case for want of prosecution, for there not being enough evidence.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't she work there during that time period? And wasn't that during the time period that she sent all of those school teachers to prison? I mean, somebody just put in the chat, I'll be looking in there in a minute, but just correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I'm confused. But it was back in 15, 13, somewhere like that, wasn't it? When she indicted those school teachers for trying to help children who otherwise couldn't get any help, probably some of the ones she's talking about now. But she was working there. She just left there I don't know when, in maybe 17 or 18 or something like that. Remember, she talked about the campaign money that she kept stashed in the house because she took a big lump out of her campaign money and she lost. The math ain't mathing, y'all. That's all I'm gonna say.
The other thing is, in the old administration, no, they would take whatever the police faxed over and they would simply indict. There was no investigation to it. We changed completely the way we did business, meaning that prior to someone being indicted, we had to actually have the evidence. That sounds novice to people, but they were not doing that. So a drug case could get indicted and you didn't have a drug lab to prove the drugs that the police had alleged. Anyone could be indicted of anything just based on a fact statement. That no longer.
A rapper could be indicted because he's lyrically astute, and so he can rhyme and put words together, and he's never committed a crime, and now he's in a RICO charge. Or he can live in the hood where a lot of people in the hood are affiliated with something, and he may be the one that didn't jump in. But because he live on that block, the block is hot. But this is really sad to see this playing out in real life. I never looked at Empire and stuff like this, but this just sounds like the Empire stuff that I heard people all excited about. But this is happening to these people in real life. Whew. It's painful.
Longer happens. All 18,000 of those cases were cleared.
So all those 18,000 were cleared, but there's still 12,000.
Well, we need to talk about the real numbers, okay? Then you have all of the cases that happened in 21, all of the cases that happened in 22, and all of the cases that happened in 23. So we have historically cleared that out while cutting the overall backlog down to, and we're at about 11.7 right now of cases unindicted. Now, you asked me about cases in the jail, which is 1,200 cases in the jail, give or take a number. 800 of them are within the last 90 days. The rest are more than 90 days. Sometimes cases take more investigation than others. Sometimes we have not had all of the resources we needed to actually get to the case.
How many did you say were within the past 90 days? I'm sorry.
About 800.
About 800.
Right, just shy. I just counted it about 2 days ago.
Okay. The numbers that the commission reported on just yesterday were there were 521 90 days plus, 60 waiting more than a year.
So their numbers are wrong. As we sit here today, I can't speak of August, the numbers that they gave you, but what I'm telling you is I have reports pulled regularly, and as I pulled the report, I hand counted how many of these are less.
Y'all forgive me for keep butting in, but didn't he just tell that lady he got this 2 days ago? And she telling him she looked a few days ago? And his numbers are wrong? And those people don't know what they're talking about? This is the person. And everybody on YouTube, and especially those in Atlanta and in Georgia, as they love to say. But no, I guess they love this that's the kind of women they are. So they're like this, but everybody ought to be sounding the alarm. And if it's for no other reason but for somebody with a loved one that's been harmed by these actions, while she's frolicking all over, and I'm not going to say the world because she never left America and didn't know it. So I'm not going to put her over in Australia, Europe, or Asia. I'm not going to do that to her. I'm not going to send her to Dubai. But this is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous.
Less than 90 days, and we were just shy of 800.
Do you have any that have been waiting longer than 90 days?
Absolutely. If you do the math, if
Yeah.
you say there's 800
Yeah.
that are 90 days,
Any
you
more?
certainly have some that are over 90 days, yes.
Any longer than a year?
There probably were a couple that were longer than a year, yes. A smaller number, of course, a smaller subset, but yes.
Let's switch gears and table the unindicted for a second, and let's talk about just individuals in the jail that have been waiting for their trial date, waiting for their day in court. According to the numbers that the sheriff provided me just last week, there were 19 people that have been in the jail 5 years or longer, 142 3 years or longer. Why is it taking so long to get to trial?
So your information also is not complete, but you could have easily pulled it. The 19 defendants, and that was the list that I wanted to look at, that you provided that had been in there for those long amounts of times, all, not some, 100% of them have competency issues. And so when you say they're in the jail, that's actually somewhat of a misnomer. They are certainly in custody, but they are in custody at Georgia Regional. I'm going to use initials so we don't talk about those defendants. One of the defendants you gave me was defendant DL. You'll be able to look at your list and figure out, Lowe, I think.
13 years.
Correct. He had murdered someone, was given a voluntary manslaughter sentence, was let out of jail. Guess what he did? He murdered someone else, and he has not been able to remain competent. And so there have been times that he has come up to Fulton County Jail because Georgia Regional has gotten him competent. He has always decompensated and gone back to a state of incompetency. Who determines competency is not the district attorney. It's actually not even the judge. It is a doctor. That means he is not competent to stay in trial. He's also clearly a very violent individual. In this murder that we have now, he was caught standing over the person with a knife. And so he is one of the 19 individuals. But that is 100% true for all 19 individuals that you asked. Each of them either has a homicide or a rape, or some of them both. One of the fact patterns I looked at from the defendants is a 60-year-old woman they helped to move, and then they came back, raped and murdered her. But they have not been competent since the time of that heinous crime. Therefore, most of their time that you're referring to as in custody, because they are in custody, has been at Georgia Regional. Every now and then, throughout periods of that time in custody, the doctors have gotten them competent. They've come back up to the court, tried to get on trial, and before they could be brought to trial, they would decompensate because they're truly incompetent individuals, meaning that they have competency issues. This is a larger problem in society, and I don't know what the exact solution is when you have people that are so severely mentally ill, extremely violent, not someone you want on the street, not someone your neighbor wants on the street, and so they've been held in custody, but not custody as in Rice Street. They've actually been at Georgia Regional. That was true for every single one of the 19 you gave me.
I think D'Anthony Tolbert also played a part in that as well. So I'm going to skip him because I'm imagining your answer is going to be similar. Why it took almost 10 years to get to trial. It was multiple competency issues. Is that correct?
Yes, there was only one person on your list that you asked about, and it seems like it's that name. So I want to make sure we're not mixing it. It took 4 years for them to get to trial.
I'm so sorry. I flipped the names. D'Anthony Tolbert was in jail. He was just found not guilty by a jury.
Yes, that was a co-defendant murder.
Right.
They were both charged with murder. Each of them multiple times fired counsel, had to keep getting new counsel, which was one reason of the delays. His co-defendant was found guilty of all the trial charges. He was cleared. And it wasn't just him that was firing counsel, him and his co-defendant. So that case got continued on and on. It also happened right through the pandemic. But that was the only one of those cases you had given me that it was not a competency issue. So any other one of those defendants that we won't say their names, but by initials, all of them were competency issues. And you don't have to rely on me for this. This is all in the court records, that they multiple times were incompetent. Some of them have just stayed incompetent. Quite frankly, I think some of them will remain incompetent. They've remained incompetent for 13 years.
So how do you get them through the system if a judge is constantly identifying them as incompetent?
It's not a judge, it's a doctor.
Excuse me, a judge. Or the doctor, but the judge has to sign off on it, right?
So what happens is every 6 months they're evaluated. Every year by law they have to be brought back before the court. And that determination is, are you now competent for trial? If they are competent, then you put them on trial. And some people do in fact get moved through the court system. But whenever you see those heinously long sentences like that, or heinously long pretrial stay, you should always check, because For your 19, 100% of the time, it was the exact same issue. It was issues of competency.
I'm going to go back to Mr. Tolbert, though, only because he was found not guilty and he waited 4.5 years for his trial date. What took so long?
I told you, he kept
I know,
firing
but like in
counsel.
general, why does it take 4.5 years?
Well, you have to have a lawyer that's ready to stand trial with you. And if when it gets time to trial and motions, you fire that lawyer, you need a new lawyer, your co-defendant does. That is an odd case, that one that happened. And the murder that he was accused of, his co-defendant was found guilty of.
This lady is an officer of the court. She lying right there. You can represent yourself. He didn't have a competency problem. And ain't nobody been in no jail for 4 years because they kept firing their lawyer. I thought in a criminal case, and maybe it's not like that in Georgia, but you can get a court-appointed attorney if you can't afford one. That makes no sense what she's saying. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one feel that way. Maybe I'm biased. Because I don't see nothing good about this lady.
Ball. You know, obviously we brought charges. We believe they both were guilty, but we always respect the jury's opinion.
I want to make sure that I'm understanding the unindicted issue that you have when Commissioner Ellis is saying, you know, this is a travesty, this is, like, help me.
Commissioner Ellis is not a friend of the criminal justice system.
Help me better understand, like.
Do you know that he just voted that the federal government, who helps us on sexual assault cases, programs for children and things of that nature, that the federal government should stop giving that grant funding for a travesty that happened here in Fulton County, where thousands of rape kits from the 80s and 90s weren't tested. We've won lots of grant money on that. The federal government has been an amazing partner in making sure we have that grant money. We've removed serial rapists, and Commissioner Ellis votes that that's money we shouldn't get. I don't understand the way Commissioner Ellis thinks.
I'll ask him about that, but
Please do.
I want to make sure that I understand the unindicted numbers. Help me understand the process of you're saying that it's, yes, it's 90 days that they have the ability to have some sort of bond. Like,
no.
Tell me, I'm trying to better understand this.
No.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to say.
Sure.
I explained this to you, I think, over the phone. Bond and.
That's what I want her to explain to me. Yeah, that's what I want you to better just walk me through this.
Okay, so bond and unindicted status, zero to do with each other.
Okay.
Every time someone tells you bond and indictment status have something to do with each other, I want you to remember, by law, it has nothing to do with each other. The only thing that is relevant is, by law, if you're arrested, after 90 days, you are entitled to a bond.
Okay.
But unindicted, so when people are arrested, 85% of people here in Fulton County get a bond the day they're arrested, the first appearance, which happens within 72 hours. So that ought to tell you that bond and indictment status have nothing to do with each other. After 90 days, though, the law in Georgia is that one must be given a bond. So this trying to tie together unindicted cases and people in the jail, it's inaccurate. What Commissioner Ellis and other commissioners need to answer for, who have said here, is the day the Fulton County Jail was built, it was inadequate. Why do I say that? That day it was at capacity. More so than that, the jail is literally falling apart. And so when you hear about people having shanks in jail, it's not that our sheriff is so inadequate that knives are getting in the jail, though sometimes that probably happens, but more so, the walls are literally falling apart. The metal is falling apart and they are using them. What they would like to do is to paint a scapegoat for inaction that they've taken. It is unconscionable the way that our jail is. They've known our jail is in that state. People need to be in safe conditions. I'm going to give you an anecdotal scenario that just happened. In my Saki unit, ironically, that unit we just talked about, where we're working cases where we find serial rapists and old sex cases, I sent 2 investigators to the jail. I sent them there for the purpose of doing a buccal swab. You know what that is, to get DNA inside of someone's mouth. They were looking for a particular defendant. We'll say Tom Smith. That's not the name, but we're just going to use that name. So they're calling out, Tom Smith, Tom Smith, Tom Smith. The defendant did not know for what reason they were at the jail. Why would he know? These are old, antiquated cases. The defendant in a pod with other defendants takes the door open to the cell, says, "That's me." Do you know how much danger my investigators were at? Do you know how much danger the deputies are in? The commissioners are well aware. We had a grand jury report written for them over a year ago that told them the jail needed help. The sheriff has literally begged them for help. What they would like is a scapegoat. This is what they need to deal with. The cases that we were given, we have made a 5,000 overall cut. That's with crime that went up right after the pandemic. Now crime is on the way back down. What they don't want to deal with is, because of our aggressive prosecution, crime is down 25% in this city. And you can say, "Ms. Willis, I've looked, crime is down all over the country." You would be right. But do you know what it's in other jurisdictions? 2 to 3%. Here it's double digits. Murders here, 20%. You want to know why? When I got here, there were over 200 people unindicted waiting on murder cases. All of them are either indicted or we looked at the evidence and declined them. The vast majority, we did record numbers of indictments on homicides. We're less than 50 now. Most of them are less than 90 days. We are not going to indict people until we properly investigate.
Do you think we need a new jail?
Do we need a new jail?
Well, I'm asking that because Pitts doesn't think we need a new jail.
And that's ridiculous. People shouldn't live in those conditions. We absolutely need a new jail. And every single month they wait, it's $18 million more.
And the reason why he says he doesn't think the county needs a new jail is because the moment it's built, it's going to be over capacity because of the backlog.
Well, he's inaccurate. One, we've been cutting the backlog. But more important than that, you need to build a jail that is in capacity with the city in which we live. And what you know is Fulton County is 1.2 million. But you also, I assume you live here, you play in this community, which you know that is, we are really a community of 5 million. Why do I say that? Do I just pull that number out? No, this is a haven for where people come to work. It's a haven for where businesses are done. It's a wonderful place to be, and I invite people to be here. But as a result of that, when you get all that good and the benefit of Lenox Mall and the benefit of all the businesses and the restaurants, you also attract some bad elements. And so you have to have capacity. But we also have to have law enforcement with the resources that we need. You have to have a prosecutor's office that has enough lawyers and enough investigators. You have to have a public defender's office that has enough public defenders so that they can represent their clients adequately. You have to have enough judges. We do not have enough judges for this community.
I was going to ask you about that. Do you think?
Absolutely, we don't have enough judges. And they would like to paint the judges as lazy. I don't. The vast majority of our judges are not lazy. They're working very hard. They're trying to do their job. They're trying to do it with diligence. And they're trying to do things that are right for the community to keep us safe. They're trying to do things that are right by the defendants that come before them.
So you're saying that you think the judges are doing a good job for the most part. You just need more of them, or the county needs more? Because Chairman Pitts completely threw them under the bus, many of them saying that they simply are not doing their jobs.
But it's inadequate. It's just not true. We have to deal with truth. And I would suggest to you that the real numbers that people should pull are, how many days are they at work? How many cases do they dispose of in a month? How many motions do they hear? Look at their work. It's not hard to do. All of their calendars are published, right? If we really wanted to get to the truth. But at some point, they're going to have to deal with the reality of they have not supplied enough resources. And this is historical. And so it's like the chickens are coming home to roost. Now you're dealing with and Commissioner Pitts sat on his hands for over a decade while they let that jail get into decay. This is not brand new news. It's not news. And I want you to understand me as a district attorney. I absolutely think that people should be in safe conditions. I absolutely think that they're human beings. They have a right to integrity. They have a right to be treated well, to be well fed, to be safe while they're in that environment. But I'm also going to tell you this. I didn't let my staff, I personally went through the list of the people in the jail. And we cleared out those that we could, right? When there are lesser charges. I certainly don't want to see those people. There's no reason that they should not be on bond while they await to meet their day in court. But a lot, like the very vast majority of them, have more than one case. That's sometimes a scenario. They have acts of violence. They're a danger to the community, and judges have to make tough decisions. And what you'll be here doing, and I mean you in the greater sense, reporters, is if they get out of jail and they already stabbed one person or shot one person and shot someone else, you'll be asking the question, there's a reason crime is down 25%. It's because you have a DA that's not playing with games. I'm not playing on the issue of human trafficking, and I'm not going to apologize for holding violent people in jail. I'm also not going to apologize for saying this office needs adequate resources.
What
and
else
the
do you
judges
need?
adequate resources. We need more investigators and more lawyers and legal support staff that can support them. Now, I'll tell you something. We would not be in the good condition that we're at and cutting that backlog by all of those. If you just do the math, 18,000 to 11,000, had it not been for that ORCA funding. But the ORCA funding, well, you know what that is, the ARPA.
Yes, the one-time $75 million.
Correct. It expires next year. The county is going to have to chip in and make sure that those people remain employed so we can continue to do this work. And we were never able, because it was a melting pot and we had to compromise, we were never given what we totally asked for. The county is going to have to give those resources to keep moving. The other thing is the state of Georgia is going to have to look at Fulton County and deal with the fact that Fulton County needs more judges. And while I'm making a plug, the GBI is terribly understaffed. One of the reasons for the backlog is, first of all, the public does not realize this. If you're arrested today and you're arrested with meth, heroin, and cocaine, because of the backlog at the GBI makes a decision to test one. So they're going to, let's say they'll test the cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
I got to let the heroin and the meth go. I'll never have any evidence to prove that you actually had meth and cocaine. In addition
Why
to
do they have to let it go?
they won't test it. So
because they don't have enough resources
they don't
to
have
test?
enough resources to test it. So they only test one of the 3 drugs. This is one of the reasons Atlanta is trying to get their own crime lab, because they won't test all 3 substances. Let me tell you worse than that. The one substance that they caught on you that they're going to test, because they're not testing the other 2, the one that they are going to test, we're going to wait 6 months on a lab. Well, I can't indict somebody if I don't know it's cocaine. So I have to wait on that lab result before I can actually get it done. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Police make an arrest, you run in a grocery store, but your grocery store has 3 and 4 different kinds of drugs. They endanger their lives, take those drugs to the GBI. The GBI then has to make a difficult decision.
Well, that's a lot. That's a lot to take in. Okay, so we've seen her in action, and I'm gonna see if
Atlanta. Life.
I'm gonna try to get this right quick. If anybody want to see this. I'm gonna drop this in here in case anybody wanna see this video, because I can't take no more of that. I wanted to show y'all how they all told the story about the contracts, because see, I think we got to just keep our money on the mind and our mind on our money. And one thing we know, when you're dealing with a crook, what do? Follow the money. You have to follow the money. I'm trying to put this in here. It didn't come like a link, so, but that's it. That's the channel where that interview is. Okay. Let's go to our next one. Here come the good stuff. We want to listen to him. I almost feel bad for him. Oh my. I want y'all to listen to the 3 of them on this contract issue.
repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You and Mr. Campbell
Yes.
both were hired on a contract basis by DA Willis January 25th, 2021. Correct?
Which contract are you talking
The
about?
first one, not the first appearance. Not the first appearance contract.
Okay. Well, you said the first one, and the tank contract wasn't the first contract. And so,
What was the first contract?
to my knowledge, the first contract was the first appearance.
Okay. So, let me just mark these. Let's see what we wrote. 23, 24, 25. Judge, they're done now.
I'm trying to get this to move over.
Ms. Riley, showing what's the marks. I think at 23, 24, and 25. If you could just look at those.
Okay, I see.
So on, now that you've reviewed those, is it true that on January 25th, 2021, you got your first contract as a taint lawyer?
As a taint lawyer, yes, I see the date on that as a taint lawyer, but I'm also looking at this contract here for first appearance, and there must have been, I don't have it before me, but there must have been a contract before this.
Okay, so you think there's a fourth contract?
I can't say that there is or isn't. What I do know is that we did first appearance during COVID, and it was before 2021. So I don't know, if I had a written contract at that particular time or anything, but I do know, I think that you could look at the recordings because everything was recorded at that time as to when the first appearance contract started and the taint contract started.
So
He said they did it before 2021. They wasn't supposed to start until January 25th of 2021. That's why he know that they were together in 19. These people ought to be ashamed of themselves. And they all ought to get locked up.
when the three of you were partners, you had at least 2 contracts to do taint work, which is filter work, and then at least 2 contracts to do first appearance work. Pretty much throughout that entire 2 years, right?
Well, it renewed. So, it just renewed. So yes, if it was the same contract, but it was a renewal of The contract.
So how did you, and you said you got these contracts through, Ms. Willis gave them to you, but it was through her knowing Mr. Wade, correct?
Yes. I didn't have a meeting with Ms. Willis or anything. It was brought to the attention that a contract was going to be needed or awarded, and if I was interested, because this was off of mine, and I said yes, and so
Mr. Wade brought that to your attention?
he asked if I was interested in doing the contract, correct, and then after that is when Ms. Willis, would come in, or I think we actually came down here or something, and signed the contract.
And so that is how you were paid from Fulton County, these contracts?
From Fulton County government? Yes, ma'am.
And you shared, your partnership, you shared a third of all your profits with Mr. Wade?
At that time, yes.
And so his contracts, he got a contract that same year, 2021, and he shared a third of all his profits with you, correct?
Yes, that should be fairly accurate.
Okay. So during 2021, 2022, you all had 2 filter taint contracts. You had 2 first appearance contracts, and you had Mr. Wade's special counsel contracts, correct?
My firm had what I have here, correct?
But Mr. Campbell and Mr. Wade were part of your firm, correct?
So I don't think at this time we had established WBC.
Okay.
At this time, I think I had mine, Chris had his, Nathan had his, and we operated in the same building. But if you ask me, did we fee share or, without everything that came in, yes, that is correct.
So you weren't actually partners, you just fee shared?
At this time, well, yes, at this time, we were not. At this time, I had Law Officer Terrence Bradley, Chris Campbell, PC, and whatever Nathan's was, if I'm not mistaken.
And all these, the taint contracts and the Nathan's special counsel contracts, all of those were under the anti-corruption unit, correct?
First appearance was not under that. The taint contract, if I recall, was under the. I don't think they called it. What are you calling it?
You can take a look at your contract if you need.
Okay.
And I'm not asking about the first appearance. I'm asking about the taint contracts,
Mm-hmm.
and then Mr. Wade's contract, which has already been admitted in evidence. If you need to look at that. Let me know when you're done reviewing.
Well, I see on the first page where it says taint attorney, and I'm trying to go through and I see where it continues says taint attorney, but it always says Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Your question was specific as to the anti-corruption unit, and I'm looking for the verbiage of anti-corruption unit, so I apologize.
Oh, no, take your time.
And see, on both pages, I mean, it starts out Fulton County District Attorney's Office, and then it just goes to initials FCDA, unless I'm overlooking where it says the anti-corruption unit, then the contract was with the FCDA. I mean, unless you want to show me something.
I'm just asking you, and I didn't know if that would refresh your memory. Those contracts were for the anti-corruption unit, right?
Well, they were for the district. I worked for the DA.
Okay.
I worked for the DA.
Okay, so just in general, the DA.
Correct. I worked for Fulton County District Attorney's Office in as a contract person, as it says here.
And when you did the taint work, you had to report to Sonia Allen?
I did not.
You did not. Who did you report to then?
I can't remember his name. His first name was Brian.
Okay. And let's see. So I know you said you met with Miss Willis when you signed those contracts, right?
Yes, I know I met at least one time to sign these contracts, or to sign when I signed the contracts, yes.
Did you meet with her any other times?
I did not personally meet with Ms. Willis any other time. When you say meet with, what do you mean meet with?
Talk with her, meet with her.
I mean, I would see Ms. Willis in passing if I'm walking through the office and something like that. But no, I didn't have any meetings with Ms. Willis.
Okay, so the only times you met with her were when you signed those contracts?
Clarify meet with. I mean, I
Sat down and had a conversation with her.
I signed these contracts, so when I signed these, I met with her. To say that I sat down and spoke with Ms. Willis, are you saying in life, and you saying during this time? What are you asking me?
I mean, if it's voluminous, I can narrow down the times, but I wasn't.
Mr. Merchant, I haven't really heard a point in a while. Can we get along to something,
Yes.
or we're gonna have to wrap it up?
So I had one more question about your text. Have you ever been in any group text with anybody other than, with me, and somebody other than Mr. Chopra and Mr. Merchant?
Okay, that's his story on the contract. Let's hear her story on the contract.
Actually, said it's Willis, but I still don't know what the.
The relevance would be of her testifying to this.
But I've had about 10 people. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to answer
Let's
or
figure
no?
this out.
Judge, respectfully, I think based on Mr. Wade's testimony, he had an interest in those contracts.
Sure. And then, but how's that been imputed to Ms. Willis?
I don't know whether or not she knew she was giving him that benefit. That's what I was trying to explore.
Okay. Well, maybe we can start with that question, and then if she doesn't know about it, then the ins and outs of all the contracts wouldn't be quite as relevant.
Judge, to lay a foundation for that, though,
Let's see where it
respectfully, I
takes
need
us.
to.
Go ahead.
The two gentlemen that were in Mr. Wade's office, did they have what I think's been referred to as a taint contract?
So let me be clear, and I may get the names wrong. When I first became DA, the office was not properly staffed. And so I'm surprised any lawyer would take it, but I did a contract for like $60 an hour to help us out with first appearance. That lasted a few months. Okay, so I can't remember if Bradley or Campbell had that. I'm sure we can have records and I can tell you which one, but I just can't remember now. I liked their experience. Bradley had been a probation officer and a defense attorney. Campbell had been a police officer and a defense attorney. There's a reason I'm telling you this. Then that contract, like I said, it didn't last long. It was just, I was aggressively hiring. As soon as I got where I felt like I had first appearance, enough lawyers for that, I let them go. Then we had what's called a filter contract, but it was not filter for this particular case. I do have a lawyer who does the filter for this election interference case. When we're talking about filter the contract they had that neither one of them has any longer, I now have another lawyer that does that for me. It was only for police brutality cases. It's for what I call the, so when I first got to be the DA, I had, the whole unit was called anti-corruption. It dealt with both elections and police brutality cases. I actually took a trip to Houston and visited the district attorney in Houston. They divided their work up, and I thought the way she was doing it was better than me. And so I made a civil rights unit. And so they did what we would classify as civil rights cases. Those are specifically the police brutality cases. When I first took over, I was told Paul had not filtered 5 cases. That was a joke. It ended up being the 101 cases. They weren't filtered, which is why I hired 2 of them. Eventually, we got it down enough that it was 1 of them. And then now I still have 1 lawyer that does it, but now I've been able to cut those cases down to like 30.
Can you tell me and help me understand what the purpose of the filter is?
Yes, sir. So what a filter is police officers make statements in the line of duty, and you are not allowed as the prosecutor to know what those statements are if they're done in the furtherance of their employment. And in fact, if you know what those statements are, you're basically disqualified from the case. You can't have it anymore. So what our policy is, I think I pay them like a $50 flat fee. They pick the case up directly from the GBI because that's where those cases go to. And then what they are to do is to go through the entire file. So the body cam, which is important because sometimes they'll make a statement to their supervisor on body cam, in the police reports where they write things. If it would be easy if it was just some statement of the police officer, but what you find out is these statements are embedded in it. And so what your filter lawyer does is they go through it, they either redact it out electronically or they cross it out. And then once it is crossed out, then they provide it to my team, and then we're able to look at it. That was not being done appropriately when I became district attorney. I thought that it had only been, so Mr. Howard had some Chinese wall thing that I didn't think worked at all, where allegedly those cases were properly redacted. That ended up being a joke. And so the 5 cases really turned into, I'm not gonna say all 101, but a vast majority. That is the work that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell did for me. They did a really good job. All of those cases that we originally came with, they're done. Those cases they're not just done for Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell, they're done through my office. But obviously life is not stagnant. There have been new police cases. I do have a lawyer that is doing that work now. That doesn't work for me. That's same kind of deal. I have another lawyer that does filtering for this case, completely separate.
So in the same private office, you had a filter contract, then you had somebody else handling first appearances and so forth, and then you had a special prosecutor. Is that correct?
I'm just not. Ultimately, the answer to your question is yes, but I'm not sure that they did it at the same time. The first appearance contract was either $60 or $90. I don't know really how I convinced them to be able to take that, but I think because it was for such a short amount of time. And then I think I pay my filter lawyers, which I still don't know how I get away with, about $150 an hour. And I want you to understand, the AG pays special prosecutors $1,000 an hour. So I'm a tough negotiator. Paul was paying people up to $375 an hour. I won't pay anyone more than $250 is my max. I have a lot of lawyers for what I have that work at $250, and I cap them every month. You can't go past a certain amount of hours.
Would you agree that if Mr. Wade and the 2 other gentlemen that were in his firm were splitting fees in equal thirds, would you agree that he would benefit from the taint contract and also from the other first appearance contract?
I would agree he would make money. Yeah, so to make money is a benefit.
Just a thought, guy.
Mr. Durham, if you're still with us on Zoom.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougald.
I just want to hear them do the contract. Now listen at this one. Now he splits the money, but he don't know if they have a contract. She's the only one to know what kind of contract it is. The other man who got the contract is confused. He don't have a clue. This is crazy.
The court and not a question to the panel.
So as I see it, the only relevance these interrogatories have to this case really whatsoever would be as either prior inconsistent or consistent statements. And to that end, I think the question has been put to him again and again and again. He's answered how he believes he felt his answer should be and why he answered a certain way. And as it goes to credibility, I think at this point we're arguing weight, and I don't really see the value in pushing this issue further. So,
all right. Well, just for the record, the case that I was going to refer to is State versus Wakefield at 324 Georgia Appeal 587, and specifically, let's see, it would be 590, in which they talk about this specific privilege. This is a
Is that the condo that was rented by Robin Yurdy?
I believe it was.
And other members of the DA staff were there as well, correct? Sometimes.
I've never been around other members of the DA staff at a condo in Akeville.
There's never been any security for Ms. Willis?
Not around me.
Did you ever ride with Ms. Willis with her security detail to and from the house?
No.
You served on Ms. Willis's transition team, correct?
Yes.
And you were part of all of her interviews where she interviewed and re-interviewed employees?
I would say probably 98, 99% of them, yes.
Is it fair to say you took an active role in these interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to this, you'd never worked at a DA's office, right?
Have I ever worked in her DA's office?
At
No,
a
ma'am.
DA's office, any DA's office?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever managed a large law firm or a
Your
large?
Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of these questions.
Ms. Merkin.
He served on her transition team, and so, I mean, what we're trying to prove is that there's a personal and financial relationship, and that it was improper. And so, you know, whether or not he had experience to serve on this transition team, I think is relevant.
Right. I think I already said that we don't need the evidentiary
Okay.
hearing on that point.
I'll move
so
on.
it's sustained.
Terrence Bradley also received a contract for Fulton County, correct? Correct?
You're asking me about Terrence?
I asked if Terrence Bradley also received a contract for Fulton County.
I believe that he did.
And you were partners with him at that time, correct?
I was.
So under what you testified to earlier, you would get a third of that contract as well, correct?
I would have.
And Chris Campbell also had a contract with Fulton County.
I believe he did.
And so under what you've testified to, you would also get a third of that, correct?
I would.
They both had contracts for what are called first appearance, which is where they would appear on behalf of the district attorney to do first appearance hearings, correct?
I believe they did.
Okay. And they also had what's called a taint contract. They both entered into them January 25th, 2021, correct?
Filter, yes, ma'am.
Taint or filter.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was for work in the anti-corruption unit?
I don't know that it was anti-corruption. I think that it was civil rights, maybe.
Okay. And Judge, the DA's, or Fulton County's come and I guess brought a certificate now, so we would move to admit the contracts. I've got those. Under that certificate, I was planning on doing it under the open records officer, but I believe now they've certified it. I just haven't looked at everything they've certified though, so.
I'm going to ask that the document be looked at and confirmed prior to its tender.
All right, Ms. Merchant, is there anything else? What other areas were you planning to cover on his direct, other than these documents?
I'm planning on introducing all of the contracts and invoices, but I haven't had a chance to look at what Fulton County certified. So I'm planning on introducing those and then not much.
Can we do the not much? We'll do the not much, and then we'll get back to the contracts.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Okay, so this taint contract, and we're not admitting these right now, but if I represent to you that they say anti-corruption unit, can you tell us what a taint attorney for an anti-corruption unit would do?
I didn't have a part in those contracts.
They were your partners at the time though, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, and so you didn't have a part in those contracts, but you got a third of the contract payment.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so the taint contracts that Bradley and Campbell, who are your law partners at the time, had for doing taint review, you got a third of those.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You signed a confidentiality agreement with the DA's office as well, correct?
I did.
And I think I'm up to Judge 13. Marking that as number 13. Yeah, approach, Judge.
You bet.
Showing you a copy of what I marked as number 13. If you could take a look at that and tell me if that is the confidentiality agreement that you signed with the district attorney.
It is.
And this basically says you can't talk about anything that happens inside the DA's office, right?
No.
It doesn't say you can't talk about it?
No. You said it basically says that I can't talk about anything that happens inside the DA's office, and that's not what.
Are you tendering this exhibit?
I am, yes. We would tender 13.
Ms. Cross.
Fail to see the relevance or lodge a relevance objection, but otherwise.
Ms. Merchant, relevance of this?
Judge, it's relevant to his testimony. If he signed an agreement that says he can't talk about things that happen in the district attorney's office, I think that's relevant to this. I also think
How?
that because it's motivation in his testimony. I mean, whether or not he's going to testify to something. It's also been certified. I mean, it's part of the record as from what Fulton County gave us.
Sure, but he hasn't said that that's preventing him from testifying in any way today, is it?
Go on, and I can ask him about that.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Wade, is this confidential agreement affecting your testimony today?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Let's see. The contracts judge and the invoices that I wanted to admit all of his invoices and contracts with Fulton County. I have them certified. I guess I have them certified through Fulton County, so I wasn't sure if I needed to do that. I just wanted to know if the state had an objection to those before.
Well, they haven't had, I don't think they've had a chance to look at them. So that's the sole remaining exhibit in line of questioning here?
Yes.
And in terms of the follow-up questions, would it just be for him to say what's reflected in these documents themselves?
If they have an objection to the certificates that Fulton County has given, I would admit them through him because he could recognize them.
But assuming they're admitted, would there actually be anything substantive he would add other than the documents themselves? No. All right. Okay, so subject to that qualification, do you have any other questions of this witness?
May I just have a moment?
Sure.
Thank you. Is it possible actually we take a quick...
Okay, so y'all heard all three of them on the contract. Now she's going to tell them about the money.
So there's two other, on this case particularly, there's a lady named Anna Cross and a gentleman named John Floyd.
On this case, these RICO cases that you're involved in one of them, there are other special counsel in addition to Mr. Wade?
Yes, so there's two other, on this case particularly, there's a lady named Anna Cross and a gentleman named John Floyd. And John Floyd has worked with the DA's office for many years. I actually was involved in another RICO case year before this one, which luckily my client resolved his case, so I'm no longer involved in. But that case, John Floyd had also helped craft the indictment. And, you know, he's sort of known as a go-to person for racketeering cases, so the district attorney would regularly call on him to help in drafting indictment. Anytime we would file what's called a demur, which is a motion to quash an indictment, he would usually be the one that came and argued it. And then Anna Cross was also hired, and she really focused on the work in federal court. And both of those sort of make sense to me because Fulton County prosecutors they're not necessarily barred in federal court. It's not something that would be required for your job. When I was a public defender in Fulton County, I wasn't barred in federal court. You know, I had no need to. I wouldn't have paid the dues, wouldn't have done that. So, you know, it's not something that would be required for their job, but Ms. Cross is experienced in that. So she was hired sort of as a subject matter expert to litigate some of the federal removal issues in this case.
Did those two individuals have contracts with the DA's office as well?
They have had contracts historically. They do not currently have contracts. It's very odd.
Did you review their billings?
I did. I reviewed their billings. Stark contrast. So Mr. Floyd, for example, he was only paid at a rate of $150 an hour. And
Same case.
Same case. And he
More
is,
experience and expertise in RICO cases.
I mean, everybody would agree. I think that John Floyd is one of the preeminent experts on RICO. I believe he testified in front of the Georgia legislature when RICO was passed.
Did he have to submit itemized invoices?
He did, and his were very different. His were significantly reduced, and the big difference was he billed for the time that he was working on the case, not necessarily like 8 hours for team meetings.
Did he have itemized billings?
Very much so,
and
yes.
What increments did he bill in?
I might have some of his contracts with me, but it was either 10 or 15 minute increments. Okay. And so did Anna Cross. Now, Anna Cross was paid $250 an hour. Anna Cross is very well-known, very experienced appellate, federal lawyer, does a lot of complex litigation. She was a DA for many years, handled a lot of high-profile cases for the district attorney's office. I mean, I know her back from when, you know, we did death penalty work in Cobb County together 15 years ago. And then she went to DeKalb County and prosecuted a number of high-profile cases there, but just very well-known. And her bills were also submitted, but they were the same rate. They were $250 an hour, but they were much lower bills, not anywhere near the bills that Mr. Wade did.
Do you know how much Anna Cross has received during the course of this criminal prosecutions or
I'm not sure.
Investigations?
I might. Let's see.
Okay. You said Mr. Wade had about $700,000 so far?
Yeah. Oh, Miss Cross was under $100,000, I believe.
All right. So if she's under $100,000, what about Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Floyd, much lower, even lower than Anna Cross. He has not billed in a while, so I've subpoenaed, or not subpoenaed, I did subpoena, but I also did open records for all of his bills. We've not been provided anything recently from him, so I'm not sure if he actually did bill, because his contract said you have to submit the bill within a certain amount of time. So I'm not really sure. They stopped responding to my open records requests, but when they did respond, they were very, very limited, very small bills.
Okay. And your open records request was to whom? The Fulton County government, the commission, or the DA's office?
I did them to all of them, and once especially that they stopped responding to them. So they have a portal, and if you go to the DA's office and you click open records, it takes you to the Fulton County portal. So if you try to submit it to the DA's office, it necessarily goes to a portal for the entire county. So you have to submit it through those. So that's where I would submit it. You can designate, I think this is the DA, I think this is budget, things like that. So I would be over-inclusive just to make sure that I wasn't missing somebody. But every single time they would route it to the DA's office. So I would get a response that said it's been routed to the DA's office and, you know, we're waiting on the response. There were one or two that I got from the county that didn't appear to be routed to the DA's office.
Right. And so who's refusing to produce these records to you?
The letter came from Dexter Bonds at the DA's office.
And
Dexter
that's
Bond.
why you filed a lawsuit against the DA's office to force them to comply with open records?
Yes.
Okay, that's still pending?
It is still pending.
Fulton County Superior Court?
It's Fulton County Superior Court. It's assigned to Judge Krause, I believe, and the county attorney contacted us and says they're going to be responding. So the county attorney is actually defending that lawsuit.
Right. And so they're telling you they're going to respond to the case or respond to the request now? You're waiting to
I believe
see.
the case. I haven't received any documents, so.
Fairly recent filing you filed there, or that lawsuit?
Yeah, so we filed it in January, and then they had a little shutdown in Fulton County where nothing was able to be file stamped. Our process server couldn't serve it until it was file stamped, and the Odyssey, the e-file system in Fulton County was hacked, and so it was shut down for a while. So it took us a little bit of time to get a file stamped copy back, but it's now been served. But it was filed on January 30th.
Of 2024.
2024. Okay. And I have a copy, which...
I don't have that. If you would provide us with that, then we'll give it to the Secretary of the Senate as a supplemental response to the subpoena.
I'm happy to. This is a clean copy.
Okay.
Yes, so you all can...
So what's the relevance to you? Why did you seek these billing records of these attorneys?
I wanted to compare the different billing, the different styles of billing. Also, there had been an allegation that I was singling out Mr. Wade, and so I thought it was relevant to see the rates that the other attorneys were paid, their billing, what type of billing, if they billed for everything. Just for example, when we're in court, one of the prosecutors may be arguing, Mr. Floyd and Ms. Cross aren't there billing. But Mr. Wade is always there. So that was one thing that I noticed. And I understand now that their response is that he sort of is like a case manager almost. So I guess that would be why he's always there. But I just wanted to compare them and see.
Okay. So
he's always there because he's getting that money. That's why he's always there. These people ought to be ashamed of themselves. And I know that they're not, but they really should be ashamed of themselves. And what do y'all think about the 6 charges? And wonder, did it release any one of those people that's involved in the lawsuit? That's what I'm interested in finding out. Because nobody else spoke out. They just said that, 6 charges was gone, and 3 of them were against, Trump. So it's going to be real interesting. I guess we're going to find out Friday his decision. I don't know in this situation. I don't see how he can. I know that they have to go by the law, and it's just according to how the law is written, and they say they have no case law really that he could go by, so he's going to define it, I guess. But she's already been put off of something else. So she's been, I think she got sanctioned. I don't think she got put off or anything. She was supposedly the impropriety, the look of impropriety of giving an opponent like a rally or something to that effect. But this is really, really ugly. And I don't see it getting any better. I thought I had one more little video with she and this lady, but I don't think so. Oh, yes, I did. This is the one, y'all, where she's talking about the gangs. And I'm just believing, too, that they've been doing these gangs so they could get their money because they were seizing the money. And I seen a story, and I have not been able to verify this, but I think it's supposed to be TEA. And I think TEA is supposed to be, I thought, federal. But I don't know in Atlanta. But, supposedly if you travel with so much cash, if they, you're going through the airport, if they just pick you and you happen to have cash, they seize your cash. And you can keep going, but they're going to take your money. And if you argue about the money, then they're going to take you to jail. And it's just something ain't right about that. And, I never would have thought nothing like this, but seeing how these people here are operating. And then I don't know, that Gabe Banks guy, he stayed incognito, but I heard that he had a contract as well. And he was one of the ones working on the gang cases. So these people are all tied in together, and they're all friends, and they all making money, and they just beating those people out of money. And what's sad to me is the people that are actually locked up and having to suffer behind this. And it's really sad. But listen to this. It's not long, and we'll get ready to get out of here. I sure thank y'all for being with me this long. I certainly appreciate it.
Think is the driving force behind the spike we're seeing here in Metro Atlanta?
Well, I'm sure you know, if you follow me at all, that I think gangs are a huge problem in our area. I think for too long, politicians were not really wanting to say this nice southern city in Atlanta had a gang problem, but the reality is we are a major metropolitan city, and there are certainly factors that are caused by gangs. And it's not just the violence, it's everything from car break-ins to burglaries to human trafficking to shootings. So all spectrum of crime is being impacted by gang violence.
That is an important issue to you. It's clear to anybody who knows you or follows you. What is the DA's office doing about it, since you know that is such an issue?
We've done several things about it. One thing that we are doing is we've beefed up that unit in terms of just there's more lawyers, there's more investigators. We've now put jail call technicians that are focused on the calls that involve gang members. We've also done a nexus unit. When I say a nexus unit, I've put an ADA and an investigator that are looking at the cases that involve human trafficking and gangs. And so that's something that was never done before, but we started to see that that was a major problem. Another thing we're doing, and we're doing it very recently, is legislation. We're asking the legislators to make a move. And we're asking them to make a move in changing the way the laws are written. We've got a bill, 359, you may or may not be aware of it, but in that bill we ask that if there is a gang crime that occurs, and for the most part, most of that crime occurs right here in Fulton County, but there's some little piece of it that happens in DeKalb that's criminal in nature, and another little piece that happens in Cobb, maybe one in Gwinnett, but certainly the nexus of the organization and the criminal activity is right here in Fulton. The legislature, we're hoping, will see fit to allow us to not only prosecute all of these things here that happened, but also those little offshoots that happen in other counties. This wouldn't be something special to Fulton if the most of the gang activity happened in Gwinnett County, but there was an offshoot in DeKalb and an offshoot in Fulton and Cobb. They would be the ones that could prosecute that entire crime. That will allow prosecutors to tell juries the entire story. The criminals don't care that they crossed over a block and that this one thing that they did occurred in DeKalb and not in Gwinnett. And so it only makes common sense. So that's another thing that we're doing, is going to the legislature. I've also asked both the governor and I'm asking state representatives to include in that a request for gang prosecutors right here in Fulton County.
State funded?
State funded prosecutors. So not just the prosecutors we have that are county funded, but actually through the Prosecuting Attorneys Council and PAC and the state, that they fund gang prosecutors, because I think that that's very important. And let me be clear, not just prosecutors, but prosecutors and investigators. We've also started to work with the Atlanta Police Department, and I'm so happy for Mayor Dickens' leadership, because we are asking that the city of Atlanta get involved with us in our gang prosecutions, and that we literally have a prosecutor and an investigator that works specifically with that task force. And so on the fronts of gangs, we're trying to attack it from every angle.
You have suggested specific language in SB 359. How rare or how common is it for a district attorney to be that involved in some legislation?
Well, I can tell you the Prosecuting Attorneys Council is always very involved in legislation that they want to see go up. But this, as you know, is close to my heart. I think it's so important to combat gang violence. What we know is that a gangbanger who commits a crime is 6 times more likely to commit crime than any other defendant. We've got to stop this at the root. So I don't know that it's common, but it's necessary and it's needed. And I'm certainly not the first prosecutor to do it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, or if you will, provide some context on this, because in what I was reading, it looks like it also would allow you or the prosecutor to bring in past evidence of gang crimes, which really wasn't allowed before.
Well, it would help in that way, and not just in that area. This bill also would allow, if you have a repeat domestic violence offender, you would be allowed to bring in that information. If you have a repeat child abuser, so not sexual child offenses, because that is already allowed, but a repeat violence against criminal children. Also, if you have repeat elder abuse and special needs. And so it allows it in all of those arenas where you'd be able to tell the prior conduct if it was repetitive in those particular areas. So I think that is really, really important. That will be an amazing tool for a prosecutor. But more importantly, for the citizens that have to make those decisions, it will inform them about that this person has a propensity to commit acts of domestic violence. And so I think that that is very important.
Make it a fuller picture.
A complete picture.
You know, Georgia already has one of the best gang statutes in the country, really. We're allowed to put our own gang charge out there. Many people would consider that a best practice. Why isn't that enough? Why do you think we need to go further?
Well, I think we should always be looking at ourselves and how to improve. And so you're right, Georgia does have a very good gang statute. We are certainly using it and encouraging law enforcement officers to use it. But the reality is, when you look at what we have going on, when you look at how criminal enterprises act and behave, this only makes common sense to be able to prosecute them fully for all of their crimes. And so it's not enough because it doesn't do this.
Do you think law enforcement agencies really are using it? I read a statistic in 2020, there were fewer than 1,000 warrants with that criminal gang activity charge. Do you think it's really being used to the extent that it could?
It's absolutely not being used to the extent that it could. But that is why I am so excited about the partnerships that this district attorney's office is having with our local jurisdictions. We've met with all of our police chiefs. They are all very welcoming. In fact, they are all very excited about training that this office will do with their officers so that they're comfortable using that, right? It's a new tool. All police officers are not like any other human beings. They are the same. We are all kind of you want to push back when you're being asked to do something new, but they are excited about the training. The agencies are very willing to do this, and I think that you will see, at least in this county, that is used more and more, and we're already seeing that.
I understand you even made some phone calls to law enforcement. Did you encourage them to do so?
We've had meetings and phone calls and sit downs, but they've all been very, very supportive, and they want to do this because what they understand that this helps with recidivism. That statistic I gave you is 6 times more likely. Those are real crimes that impact real citizens, and so they know if they can use these warrants, it helps us to be more successful in our prosecutions, which keeps very violent people out of their communities. And so they are anxious to be able to support us in this way. And so I agree with you. It is not being used as much as it should, not just in Fulton County. I would say nowhere in the state is it being used as much as it should or could be. But I think that Fulton County is always a leader. We sit here, we are the biggest jurisdiction, and I think that our practices will spill out into other communities and that officers will get comfortable using this tool.
When a certain jurisdiction starts getting really tough on gangs, it tends to just kind of move the gangs around the state to other areas that may not be quite as tough. Do you think your legislation and the suggested language that you're putting in there would help create a bigger crackdown statewide?
I do, actually, and one of the things that we've done since taking office last year is myself, along with all of the urban district attorneys, have joined together, and we have an organization called UDAC. And one of the things that we're looking at is we're looking at juvenile crimes, we're looking at effective diversion programs, but we're also very much looking at this issue of gangs. And so us as the lead elected prosecutors actually have each designated someone from our offices that deal with the issue of gangs. gangs so that we can talk about best practices and using this particular statute 359 and gang warrants. And so I think that collectiveness of minds and bringing all of the urban district attorneys together, those are the largest jurisdictions with populations of 140,000 and more, and us all doing business the same way in this field, I think it's going to absolutely help statewide.
How much of Georgia's crime do you think is related to gang activity?
Too much, too much, more than we can even imagine, because it's all of the car thefts that we don't even know go back to the gangs. You know, the GBI has said, you know, upwards of 70 and even 90%. I think that may be a little high, but it is way too much of our gang activity. And the other thing that we have to talk about is it's stealing our youth from us, right? It's taking our juveniles and our children and getting them into a life of crime. It is so much better if that we are trying to snatch our children and put them into effective programming and positive things that they can do while being really tough on the older gang members so that they never steal our children. I'm really happy to say that myself and the United States Attorney, Kurt Erskine, when he was sitting in that position, did credible messengers together. And that was hitting some children that probably a lot of society would say, you know, why are we going to be bothered with them? But that program was extremely effective. And if we can stay in children's lives doing positive things while never lifting up on how strong we are against gangs, I think it's going to be wonderful statewide.
There seems to be two schools of thought in how to handle crime. There's either the programs and rehabilitation or there's prosecution. It seems to fall on those two sides. How do you walk that line as district attorney, straddling that?
I would agree with you, and that's very, very frustrating to me, a very, very frustrating phenomenon. It's like you're either progressive or you're hard on crime. And what I would say is the best practice is you're both. I don't consider myself to be a tough on crime prosecutor or a progressive prosecutor. I consider myself to be both. If you commit a violent crime in Fulton County, Georgia, we are going to be extremely tough. Our sentence recommendations are going to be tough. Our investigations are going to be thorough, and we are going to completely prosecute you. And I don't lose any sleep about it because I think you need to be removed from our community. At the same time, I am a huge advocate for diversion programs to grab our children up and young adults who just make really silly decisions and make sure that we put them on a different path. So I think that this foolishness is really what it is, that you only can be one or the other is not correct. I think we have got to have a holistic approach to this picture and work with each other collaboratively. I'm excited to say I just met with the school superintendent of Fulton County, and we talked about all of the different services the school could put in place while still making sure guns are not brought into his schools. So you have got to have a holistic approach where you don't pretend like the problem is not there. Oh no, Atlanta doesn't have gangs. Yes, we do. We have to realize, yes, we do have gangs, and we're going to deal with the gang people that are doing very harmful, violent things. But we also have children that we don't want to see fall into gangs because they're deprived, because they don't have resources. We want to make sure that we put a lot of resources around them and get them to a positive start. Because if we do that, they're not going to be breaking into your car. They're not going to do harm to you. They're not going to be in the middle of a shootout that takes a 6-month-old baby from us if we can redirect that energy. And so we have a really strong reason and need to try to do both.
Admittedly, gang crimes and criminal gang activity is not talked about as much in the media or even in just general conversation, it seems. How would the public be able to pick out maybe what is gang activity from a crime that's reported on the news? What are some of the markers that would tell people this might have been gang activity?
Well, I think what they should do is be very vigilant in paying attention. Very detailed in their descriptions of the way things happen, listening to the language that was said, maybe as people communicated with each other, because often you'll see those crimes committed by multiple people at the same time. They should be very specific in the details that they give to law enforcement. And then quite honestly, law enforcement is going to have to be very detailed about when they make arrests and what they see on perpetrators, because all of that gives you information about whether this crime did stem from gang activity.
Senate Bill 359 has 25 sponsors.
Isn't that fun?
That's a lot.
Yeah. That's exciting.
It is. It's exciting. And it also seems that all 25 are Republican. How does that make you feel?
It doesn't make me feel bad at all. I know we are in a society where we like to say Democrat, Republican, and all of this. This is what I have found out. And I wish people would really get away from all of these labeling that we do of each other. This is what I know. I can go to the richest community in my county and they don't want to see crime. I can go to the poorest community in my county and they do not want to see crime. I can go to the county with the most highest concentration of African American citizens and they don't want to see crime. I can go to the part of my county with the highest population of Caucasian Americans and they do not want to see crime. No one wants crime in their community. All of us want good schools for our children and for our children to be safe when they go to school, safe when they walk to school, safe when they walk home. There's no difference between us. We need to stop making these differentiations that are really based on nothing. I talk to all of my constituency and they all tell me the same thing. They like police officers. They want to see police officers in their community. They do not want gangs in their community and they do not want them or the people they love to be the victims of crime. So, I am hoping that some Democrats will get on that bill. I think that they will. I think that once they read it and understand it, that they will get involved with that bill. But I am happy to work with anyone who wants to help me in this fight against gang violence and crime.
Sounds like it's an everybody issue, not a
It is an everybody issue.
Why was this part, the legislation suggesting the specific language, why were these specific changes so important to you?
Because I think they help to tell juries full pictures. So at heart, I'm not the elected district attorney. I'm still a trial lawyer. And I know that when I talk to juries over the last 20 years, you talk to them, they are very smart. Lawyers that get frustrated with jurors, but the truth is they are very smart and they tell you what they need. And so they've been telling me for a long time what they need. And they don't want us to tell them half the picture. They know that everybody is human and that things happen, but they want to know the full picture of what's going on. And this bill is a way to give jurors what they want anyway.
Absolutely. What did not make it into the bill that you hoped would?
What I hope still will. It's those state-funded prosecutors. I think that it was really great, and I commend Governor Brian Kemp. Let me say that again, because I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. I commend Governor Brian Kemp for giving the AG's office some gang prosecutors. I think that he has proposed that. I think that's a wonderful thing. Let me tell you who else I commend. I commend Lieutenant Governor Duncan for his effort to make sure that GCICs are properly updated. 2 Republicans, I commend them both today. That lets you know I don't care about that. What I care about is fighting crime. It is wonderful that he did that, but the AG's office is not large enough, doesn't have the budget enough, is not going to be able to hit every area of the state with gang prosecution. That's going to be my office and all of the local prosecutors. And so it is imperative that we get the resources we need. And so what I'm disappointed has not yet made it into the bill are prosecutors for state level gang issues. And investigators, I want to be very clear. I think that we need that. I think the state has a responsibility to provide it, and you can't look at what's going on and not know that. And so I'm hoping to see that submitted in this bill or the next one.
For every jurisdiction, every county, how many would you like?
I'm going to let the legislature do their job. I think that it should be depending on what you see. What do you see in the gang warrants? What do you see in the statistics about how much gang violence is plaguing them? There may be areas of the state where they're not really suffering from a gang problem. Though I have to tell you, I talk to my friends that represent rural jurisdictions and they explain to me that they also are seeing gang problems. It may not be to the same degree, but they are seeing it. And so I would say that my brothers and sisters that represent the rural jurisdictions also need gang prosecutors. But it may be that, Fulton is bigger with more gang problems. Maybe we need more, and just per capita they need less. But they need to look at the amount of gang crime going on in a community and provide prosecutors and investigators to deal with those issues.
Would you classify it as a crisis at this point?
I think that we have a very serious issue, and you don't have to really rely on the district attorney in Fulton County. Just look at the crime numbers and look at the violence and look at how much of that is tied into gang issues, and it's a crisis.
I understand the bill is going in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee right about now, if it's going as planned. What do you expect to happen?
I expect for it to get passed, ultimately.
And how would that make you feel?
elated. You know, this is a job where some days you get wins and some days you get defeats. That would feel like a real win, not for me as the district attorney, but for our community and for our state.
Is there anything that is surprising, you think would surprise the public about criminal gang activity in our city or metro area?
I hope that as we talk to the media and as we really kind of take off the Band-Aid and the hiding behind this, that they're becoming more and more aware. I think that the community would be surprised, though, at their part in this. And so why do I say their part? Too many of great citizens are leaving guns in their cars. The guns that they're leaving in their cars are ending up in positions where they harm people. We need to stop that. I think they would be surprised to know that that little careless act of them causes harm sometimes somewhere else. I think that they would be surprised to know that our schools are suffering from guns being brought into their schools, and that is a real concern for teachers and educators, and that we have to get tough on that. I think that they would be surprised to know that the schools are actually seeing fights in their schools that they know stem from community and gang violence. So I think that some of us get to live in a bubble that we don't know that this is going on, but that is closer to your home than you think. And so you need to be aware and conscious and paying attention.
I read a statistic that said the majority of gang crime is committed by juveniles. Do you agree with that?
I agree with the majority of crime occurs between people probably about 13 and 25, so yes.
That's sad.
It's very sad. It's why we have got to put programming in, support our school system, and do the things we need to do to turn this around.
So what's your next step? Now that you've suggested this language, the legislature obviously has to take it from here, but is there anything that the public can do or that other people can do to support the legislative, support the bill or support you?
Absolutely. Please get involved. Please write your state legislatures and say you would like to see this bill passed. Please go and read, when you can, this bill so that you know exactly what we're asking for. But what I guess I would ask them to do most of all is call your state representatives. They work for you, just like I work for you. Call us and let us know that this is something that you want to see, that you think it's important that as you sit on a jury, if somebody is a repeat domestic violence abuser or a repeat abuser, that's information you think would be helpful. And so you'd like to see this legislation get passed.
If a gang member happens to see this story and hears you, what would your message be directly to them?
So they need to make a change in the way that they're moving in their life, because we plan to prosecute you with all of the resources that we have, and that you are absolutely a target that we are trying to remove from our community.
The latest numbers I could find said about 70,000 gang members, but that seemed back from 2018. Have you, from 1,500 different gangs, have you seen any more recent numbers than that?
I have not, but I often look at those numbers frustrated knowing that they have not been updated, because I believe the problem has grown.
So you think there's a lot of underreported?
Absolutely. We know that not even every law enforcement department is reporting their numbers to GGI AAA, which keeps the numbers on gangs. So I do think that they're underreported.
What's the most frustrating part for you in combating crime at this moment in time?
You know, everybody says they want to be tough on crime, but when it's time to give the resources that are needed to our law enforcement officers, to district attorney's office, it's often not done. That is very frustrating. Do not stand in front of the camera and make it a slogan that you want to be tough on crime. When our police officers need resources, need training, need bulletproof vests, need guns, need all of the resources they need to be excellent, make sure that you participate in giving them those resources.
I think you're absolutely right that people are hearing a lot of talk, and it makes them skeptical that any idea is actually going to work. How would you convince somebody that this plan will actually make a dent in gang crime?
Well, I think it's all of it. It's a holistic approach, and I think that this plan in its totality will make a difference, because what we have been doing is not working. So it is time to do something new.
I so appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Madam VA, I really
Well, one thing we know about her, she talks a good game. But you know that lady that went to Congress, the whistleblower, it was because of money that was allocated for children to, you know, keep them from becoming delinquent. is the money that they wanted to spend up and get MacBooks and take vacations. Yep. I don't either. Not at all, M. Jones. And I'm telling you, I was just getting ready before this story broke to start talking about plea bargains, because plea bargains is the new tool that they're using to lock our, loved ones up. And, a lot of people think that it can't be me. And it ought not be, but it could be. And we need to just equip ourselves with the knowledge. We don't have to go out trying to pretend we Perry Mason or nothing, or, Barnaby Jones, or y'all probably don't know those people, but you don't have to pretend you that, but it's just good to know, because one thing I found when fighting for something, and I advocate for a lot of people, and basically what I do is just write, I read a lot and write, but one thing I found is when you're representing yourself in those rooms, it's two things that rarely enter those rooms. One is the truth and one is the law. There may be a law that they're talking about, but it may not have anything to do with you. And when they do those pleadings, because judges go by other judges' decisions, you need to really read the case law that they cite in their pleadings, because sometimes those cases don't have nothing to do with what you're fighting for. And if you don't know and you're just relying on someone else, and that's what an attorney is, you're turning your personal jurisdiction over to that person whose jurisdiction is owned by the bar. So they already belong to the system. So if you're going to do that, it's just good to know. And like I said, I have the Henry Campbell's Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, on PDF, and this book that I give, Silent Weapon for Quiet Wars. If anybody is interested in a copy, all you got to do is email me. And I have my email scrolling down there, and it is CYJERN, JERN 1026 at gmail.com, and just request the book and the dictionary. And then if you would go online and look up, there's an etymology dictionary that's online. And the etymology dictionary is good because it gives you the origin of words. It gives you a time period when they first started using the words. Most of the law dictionaries are pretty true to the origin of the word, but that's why you have to study history and law together. It's very, very, very important to know. And if you're not going to do it, maybe you can pass it on to someone that's younger than you and let them know that, it's all about reading. We got to get back to reading, and we need to build libraries in our homes like it used to be many years ago. You couldn't visit a home and they didn't have an encyclopedia set, a big Daniel Webster's dictionary, and all kind of, atlases. And it was just really, you may have never opened up the book, and then you may have been one of those children that open up the book and, go around the world in your mind. But it gives your mind the opportunity to function. And we want to be a certain way and talk about what other people do. But they start really teaching their children at a very young age. And we're trained like animals, and they're trained for human development. And that's something that we have to really take into consideration. We really need to start doing that as a people. But But I'm going to start talking about plea bargains. That's what I really was about to start talking about, and taking away your right to a trial. And how you know that is by the way, like she said, they're going to give them longer sentences and things of that nature. Well, that's what they do. They will, scare you into saying, no, you don't want to go to trial. You don't want to go to trial. But sometimes going to trial may save your life and your freedom. And especially if you are a good speaker and you don't necessarily have to say all your words correctly. You just got to be able to hold a conversation, because believe it or not, a lot of people, the reason why their counsel don't put them on the witness stand is because they don't make good witnesses. And you could be telling the truth, but if you get nervous, or if you're one of those people that freeze up or change the manner in which you speak, then you could really cause yourself more harm than good. And you're innocent as they come. So it's just a lot to take in, and it's so much that we were not taught. To try to learn it all would drive you crazy. So you just take it a little bit at a time, one step at a time. Start somewhere. I started with the Constitution and the Christian Black Codes, and then I started with the Casual Killing Act. And I didn't even know that act existed. But that's, to me, one of the reasons why they have qualified immunity for, law enforcement. And that is, the Casual Killing Act was one, and it was actually made for the European woman, because she oftentimes beat the children because, her husband was going mating with their moms. And they made the law so that she didn't have to leave the porch. She'd never be arrested. And it's, if you beat your slave, if they resist, then if you beat them unto death, nothing will happen to you. And so that's for the missus or anyone that the master give permission to do that. And so it's a lot of things that nobody wants to talk about, and perhaps they'll never talk about it. But you can just teach your babies. And another thing is, we got to learn to love again. We used to be a loving people. Now we don't even like to speak to each other. It's just really sad how we have gotten. I understand it, but it's just not a way to live. It's not. You have so many different other things that you have to deal with in the course of a day. So with that being said, I really thank you guys for staying with me as long as you have. I look forward to seeing y'all Sunday. If y'all have something, if y'all want to talk about something, about the case or something, and y'all don't think that I'm really hitting on it and you want to hear about it or whatever, and I usually read a lot. And so I used to talk a whole lot. And now I've been learning how to. And I cannot edit, so I appreciate y'all for allowing me to mess up when I'm trying to get these videos together. I greatly appreciate that. But I really want y'all to get a bigger picture, because it's a lot of corruption going on here. And actually, they're coming across like an organized crime family. Talking about gangs. That whole little DA thing and all the little people in their circle, it comes across kind of gangish, as Judge Mathis would say. Yeah, they're not coming across as upstanding, law-abiding citizens. And I'm like you, M. Jones, I just can't really trust that woman in nothing that she says. Her demeanor, nothing about her. I can't take it. And I'm really anxious to find out what's going on with this young man, this Chris Campbell. Because there's something, how is it that he was able to stay out the whole ball of confusion? And they threw Big Daddy up under the bus. And that guy Dabney, and Terrence used to be probation officers. I guess maybe, I can't say at the same time, I don't know. But they both were probation officers. So it's something to him in the story that he was willing to get up on the stand and testify against him, but swear he knows nothing about Nathan Wade. Very hard to believe that. Very, very hard to believe that. They all know each other. Their spouses work in the DA office or at Cobb County for the sheriff. It's some weird stuff going on. And the world is watching, so perhaps now they will be, revealed. We'll see. On that note, I'm going to get ready to leave the Tiger's Den. I hope everybody have a beautiful, beautiful night. I know I'm going to go to bed. I've been working on this stuff for almost a day and a half. But I am getting better. And we'll come up with something good and juicy. Well, the verdict will be out hopefully by Friday. Maybe we could talk about it, And if ever anybody want to come up, because I don't drop my link or anything, but if you want to come up or if you have something that you want to talk about, you can always let me know and just tell me to, you want to come up, and, you're welcome to. I just don't let people up, but I do. I think women need to start having more real conversations. And you don't have to tell your business if you choose not to, but I just think it's some things we could say to each other to help each other, because we're really in some terrible times. My cousin and I, we were talking and we were laughing and playing, but, we was talking about women, a man get a baby by a woman and she takes him to court and he shows up in court for child support, and here's a woman, he seen a little baby, but he don't know who this woman is that's sitting with the baby. That's because we're so plastic now. We have the hair, the lips, the hips. We don't look the same, so you don't even know this woman. And that's really true. That's really true. I see some of these people with these eyelashes that just make you want to cry. I really, really, really treasure my eyes. I don't see how these people put all this stuff on their eyes, but a lot of people do and think nothing of it. And so maybe that's just my hang up, and it has nothing to do with them. But I think that, you're beautiful just the way you are, no matter what somebody else think or say. I've had the best of all worlds. I've been all sizes. I can't complain. I really can't, because at the size I am now, I ain't going to do nothing. I would love to do something in my mind, but I'm not going to do nothing. But live until I die. And I'm going to be happy and at peace doing it. Tasha said, I've been saying the same thing, but these women are living a lie. Having honest conversation is a no-no. Yeah, no, you probably couldn't get real deep, but, some things you really can. But then, see, I'm a deep person, so I don't care. I live a very transparent life, and baby, these people here will try you. But one thing I know is true. And even though I see things different, I did grow up on what we know as the Word of God. And there is nothing that overcomes you that's not common to man. So I don't care what it is and who you think you are and what you think you got. It happens to us all. That you're not provided a way of escape. And it's your choice if you want to escape or not. You don't have to escape. You can stay in it. And that's where I had to learn to draw the line, because I wanted to always save and pull somebody out. Sometimes they don't want to be out. And they had a song. don't save her. She don't want to be saved. But the mother in me, the woman that I am, I gotta try. Because see, I don't judge people, but I talk about them. And some people don't understand that, but I talk about them good, bad, or indifferent. But I don't judge nobody. I don't ever want you to feel less than. Whatever you're going through, you already feeling it. You know, bad relationships. Most of us don't know how to be in or get out of a relationship. And some people can just cut you off and that's it. And that's good, but it's something wrong with that person. If you've had any dealings with the person, and I don't mean intimate as far as these people kept saying, you talking about intercourse? You talking about sexual? No, baby. All relationships don't have to be sexual. Now, with a man and a woman, well, now it could be anybody, but with me, with a man and a woman, you would want it to lead to intimacy. But it doesn't always have to be that way, because everybody don't turn you on. And you don't turn everybody on. So, I think though, really though, the only way that this world is going to get better is we got to get rid of these city girl type attitudes. The attitude. Because we were taught as kids that, you know, your attitude determines your altitude. These people know nothing about that. They are so very disrespectful. I've never heard so many disrespect in my life. But if you in the metaverse, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. Because you're going to hear all manner of disrespect. And it doesn't matter how old they are. Young or old, they're equally disrespectful. And it's like they can't wait to be disrespected. And you know, you wonder, why is it that you take pleasure in this? Something had to have happened. And see, my life, I'm a therapist that ain't no therapist. The doctor that ain't no doctor, the lawyer that ain't no lawyer. But I know they say it's one that's all of that. But in my profession, I had to be all of that. Because it's really something when you have to go to people's homes and people's jobs to collect taxes. That's really a hell of a job. And I loved it because I got my people to pay. And I was never mean or rude, because I know that they were nervous and scared. So I didn't have to be mean or rude. Only if you thought that you was going to talk to me crazy, I just remind you of what I can do. I don't get crazy, because I need my job. The disrespect, yeah, it's at an all-time high. It really is. You know, and it's sad. When we were growing up, I never went to any of those classes, but you know, they used to have etiquette classes and stuff like that. Baby, gone are the days for etiquette. No etiquette here. And everybody working their neck and clapping their hands and, oh, ooh, where y'all get that from? Nobody likes it. And then they think because they small, they cute. And they not. You know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And I'll tell anybody, if you are not looking at the most beautiful girl in the world when you look in the mirror, then Houston, we have a problem. And we need to fix it. I don't care what you look like to the world. But when you look at you, the most beautiful girl in the world needs to be looking back at you. Now, I got big arms, baby. I will wear them out whenever I get ready. You don't determine how I look. And I'm not one of them people that dress like I'm 12. Or I think I'm 32. No, I just dress like how I want to. And it's according to how I feel. And that's what I do. I ain't trying to hurt nobody. And I ain't letting nobody hurt me. When you really learn who you are and know your value and your worth, you can walk and live in your integrity. There are several times I would like to be, me, the hood, me. I've never been a fighter, had 3 fights, lost all 3. So I'm not that kind, but words, I'm good. But it's not worth it. I had a mama and a daddy at home when my daddy was at home. And I've known him all my life. So they taught us some things, and I kind of value that and miss that and remember that. And when we were little, if you got in any kind of kerfuffle, as Judge Judy would say, the first question they're going to ask you is, who is your mama? Who is your mama? Who raised you? Who is your daddy? These people, not today. No, they don't have that. And that's what's missing. We used to be a community of people. And yeah, some bad things happened in the community. Again, I don't think it's nothing that have overcome you that is not common to man. And I'm paraphrasing. But you're not provided a way of escape. So I had to realize that some people just don't want to do better. They don't want more. And it's nothing you can do for them. You got to allow them to make their decisions because they're making them anyway. And you're the only one with the problem. They going on doing what they want to do. And you sitting up here trying to figure out a way for them to do. Yeah, I learned to just get in my little lane and stay. When I was being bullied and harassed here on YouTube, I made my videos that I wanted to make, said what I needed to say, and after that, I don't care what y'all say or do. I'm done. I don't even hear you. You can't touch this, as MC Hammer would say. But I was looking for my song. One time I had to delete my thing here in StreamYard, and I got rid of my song. I got to re-sing my song. I have this song that I love. I was on a cruise ship, and I thought I was Jennifer Holliday. I had just started cutting my hair. My hair started going bald at the top. So I'm a person, I don't like wigs and weaves. And my hair used to grow real long, so I done the braids, but it was my hair. I didn't never add extensions or nothing. So I said, shit, I'm so beautiful, I'm going to cut it all off. And that's what I did. Got me some clippers and went and bought them and just shaved my head. And you couldn't tell me nothing. And we went on a cruise ship, and baby, they had karaoke, and I got up there and I sung a cappella. And yeah, I can't sing. I just love to sing. I have a song in my heart, and I just love to hear me sing. I'll be making up all kind of shit. My sister came in here the other morning. She just bust out laughing. I was laying under the cover singing old Negro hymnals. But I just like to do that sometimes. I tickle myself. I just found you recently, and I think you're such a beautiful soul. Thank you, Patricia. I really am. But if we disagree, I'll get to hollering and cussing and shit. I'll do that. And you know what, y'all? I really don't like doing that, but that's how I made it through life. And I didn't really realize until it was way too late. Girl, you don't be talking to people like, I'm talking like this to keep us from fighting. But nowadays, you go talking about, and your ass just got hit in the mouth, And I'm not a fighter, for real. I'm one of those that start hyperventilating and get still, and I can't get my arm. And my family are fighters. But I'm not. I'm a different human, for real. I'm really different than a whole lot of people. And I'm sure it's somebody out there like me. And, some would say I have, issues. I think I live a very beautiful life. I've lived a very beautiful life. I have a very beautiful son. He's not married and no children, but he has a girlfriend, and I'm awfully proud of him. And he's my counterbalance. We talk like two adults, but an adult child to his mother. And when he was 10 years old, I gave him permission to cuss. Because I brought my little niece home from the hospital. She's my only daughter that I didn't give birth to, but she's mine. And she was bothering him so bad one day. And we all cuss really in my family because my daddy was a cusser, so I couldn't wait to get grown so I could cuss. Ooh, I wanted to cuss so bad. And once I got 18, trust me, I did. And I do. Yeah, and I let him say the little cuss word, and I knew then he was 10 years old. I told him, you can never in life tell me you don't cuss. So you can cuss all you want to with your little homeboys. Just don't be out there hollering all over the street and shit. But say whatever you want to say. Because you said that too good. I laughed so hard. It took me forever to stop laughing. And so I'm that auntie, everybody wants to be around. And they come, and my room is the cussing room. So I made this the cussing room for the new generation of little kids. Because this music is so horrible, and ain't no such thing as saying that they're not going to listen to it, because most of their parents are young. And they're singing it or even making the music. So, I let them be free in here with me. And boy, y'all talking about some funny stuff. It's really funny sometimes. I swear it is. The things you hear little kids say. But they got it from somewhere. And one thing you can know, they know you trust them. And they will come and tell you anything you need to know. If you need to know something, they will let you know. But the sad part about that is when they start getting older and they getting at the age where, it's time to let them. That's why I like that song, A Mother's Love by Kim. Because she knows when she got to let you go. And nature shows us how it works. And it doesn't mean you put your kid out, but you have to be able to release them and let them make whatever mistakes or whatever milestones that they're going to make. You got to allow that to happen. I grew up in the heart and still live in the heart of the ghetto. And I love it. It's crazy everywhere. And I rarely get out anymore because I started having problems with my eyes and I had to have cataract surgery. So I'm pretty much always home. But I am, boy, you talking about a happy camper. I'm a Scorpio and I'm an October born. And that's why it bothers me about this woman, because she was born a day after me. Now, most people probably don't understand astrology, and there ain't no need of me lying. I don't understand much. I know in order to know it well, you got to be a mathematician, and that wasn't one of my favorite subjects, and still not to this day. But everything in this world that's done, it's done on our astrology. It's done by the sun and the moon. And the moon guides the woman and all of the waters, the tides, our flow. That's what the moon does. 28 days. Every 28 days. Cycle around. And those are the things that we're not taught. Some things happen to us, we think they are strange, but they're not. And if you don't have nobody you could talk to or tell it to, it bothers you. Yes. And you know, everybody, we've been so beat down and indoctrinated with what we believe to be religion. But I learned in my studies, because I went on a journey 11 years ago. And it was because of my son. When he came home from school, you know, we send him off to school. We want him to learn. We want him to be great. And all they really have is they accomplish everything that you wanted them to do. But this world, just give them a student loan. Unless, you know, they had the academia and they didn't have debt. But most of them are very professional and want to be. And so you try to encourage them. And like I told my son, when you can't be strong, just know I'm going to be strong for you. Because I'm your mama. I know how to stay in my lane, my place. A lot of women have life confused with a game, a fantasy. But we were not always like that. It is the situation in which we live, the conditions. You see, people don't really realize, being Asiatic, there are laws in place to this day that stops us from going but so far. And it's beautiful to say you could go as high as you want. You can. The mind is powerful. But just know there are systems in place. And until you learn the language, see, that's how you end up going further than most, because you learn how to be you and nobody else. And that's a hard thing to do. And it took me until I was 52, 53 before I got on the path. I was taught some good shit by my dad. Really was. But a lot of stuff you don't comprehend, because they don't break it down for you. Yes, so much. And you can't take in too much information, because if you do, really, it'll overwhelm you. Because just coming into the realization that all of our lives we've been lied to. And not because our parents lied to us, although they did. It was not their intent. They were lied to too. Just that simple. But it's not simple. You have to make it simple. And that's a choice. It's really a choice. I was a real codependent person. Never did drugs. I did the drug addict. Drink periodically. I loved alcoholics. I was gonna save the world, all the while getting lost in somebody else, losing my very essence and substance. We all, this is my favorite line, I made it up. The scripture says we all fall short of the glory of God. I say we all fall short of other people's expectations, and sometimes even our own. And sometimes we put too much emphasis on things and not people. I have a guy cousin, we were close, and we was talking one day, and he said a profound thing to me. He said, you know, we spend all our time teaching people how to die, but why don't we teach them how to live? And that is the essence of coming into your own. When you learn how to live despite what people have or what they say or what they think or what they feel, because I learned the common law is if I don't harm you, and you don't harm me, there is no harm done. And my daddy told me disagreeing is arguing. That's why I don't agree to disagree with nobody. We're going to either disagree, or we're going to come to a consensus, or we just going to change the subject. Or we don't never have to talk again. The choice is up to the person. I'm going to always be me. And I don't try to make nobody be me. Man, it's hard being me sometimes. So I know couldn't nobody play this role. Nobody. And I ain't that bad. But when I found out I had congestive heart failure, it was just something different, you know. And they don't tell you how you cough and how the mucus come up. They don't tell you all of that. I learned that because it was happening to me. And then I just started reading, because I don't do a lot of medical reading, because I'm really not a doctor. So I don't even play that role. But I started reading, and that's when I learned. And I talked to my doctor about it. And I said, why y'all don't tell people this? Because I didn't know what was going on. You know, because I'm a smoker, I smoke Cool Filter Kings. Been smoking them since I was about maybe 12. Me and my cousins, we started sneaking. They got caught. Their mama said it was cool. I couldn't tell my mama. My mama was the disciplinarian. But this woman we know saw me, and I said, oh shit, I'm running home and telling it. So I learned to tell on myself every time. You will never get to tell nobody's nothing on me that I should have told. And I just teach my son, don't live your life one way in the streets, son, and pretend to be another way with me. Just be who you are. As long as you're honest with me, I may not like it, but I can handle it. And we have a beautiful relationship. Sometimes he tell me too much. No. But it makes life so much easier when you're transparent, because you're only as sick as your secrets. And as we can see, we're in the age of reveal. And everything that's hidden is coming out. People may not want to accept it or believe it, but it's coming out. And you're going to have to deal with it. And it's okay. We all got families. All families don't get along. All families don't hate each other. We just broken people. I'm a firm believer that all of us are sick. Some of us are just sicker than others. And what you do with your sickness will determine what your tomorrow is going to be. And I know it's not promised, but one thing we have to learn is to prepare, because you just might make it to tomorrow. And that's why you say, learn how to live. You know, we know what's going to happen inevitably. But just prepare for that you don't know. Because you never know what may happen for you. When I came to YouTube, I really came happy and wanted to share me. And, you know, I know everybody in the world wasn't going to love me, but I didn't think I would have no problem. And, you know, I saw it as another way of stream of income. And I gave to, so many people. And they don't even come and visit. And, you know, my mama always taught us as children that, you know, the people that you give to may not ever be the ones that give back. So do it because you purpose it in your heart to do it. And then, you know, it's written, give, receive, more blessed. So eventually the cycle turns and it comes back to you. I have some very good people. Very good people. And I've been my mind has been blown to bits. I wake up and so Alicia called me and say, Tofless, did you see your video? And I'm like, no. What? Because I'm used to 40, 50, 60. And I don't want to do the live and get all the numbers and stuff because that really doesn't mean anything. Numbers are just that, numbers. I'm more of a people person. I really am. And then sometimes I'm just a by myself person. I go there too. I used to didn't know that I had mood swings. Sometimes people would tell me that and I thought they was crazy as hell. But really, I really am moody sometimes. And it's really something. But it's real. And it's reality. And so you can either accept it or you can fight it. And a lot of people fight who they are and they start self-medicating. I never turned to that. Like I said, I thought I was the savior. So. But I can't bear nobody's cross or pain. Not anymore. Done enough of that. Been there, done that. And I really do sell t-shirts and coffee mugs and keychains, ink pens, journals. I don't really advertise them much. I used to. But once I went through that stuff with these people on here that, you thought that you really had some type of camaraderie and you come to find out that you don't really know each other and they love to remind you of that. I don't have to be in your face to know you. Behavior kind of lets me know who you are. If you keep your word or not. If you change your story. Shit, I ain't got to see you. I know who you are. And if you don't know how to read people, then you got to learn how to read. Because it's not what you say. We all can say some beautiful stuff. It's what you do. I mean, you can't do it in order for somebody to accept you. You do it because that's who you are. And don't allow nobody to change who you are. Because it's not worth it. I may not believe this, but I really said if I'd have known I was going to be sick. Now, I was born with a 3rd-degree heart block, but I didn't learn it until after I gave birth to my son. But I got sick and I retired in 2011. So it's been 13 years. 2011 is when I retired. I was 52. And if I'd have known I was going to be broke down like that at 52, I'd have lived like a hoe when I was younger. I'd have had a little bit more fun. Because I didn't get to party and all that kind of stuff. And not because I couldn't have. That's just nothing I really wanted to do. I was an adult and working. I had my son 22 going on 23. And I was married to my husband, but he was abusive and I had left him running. So we were not together. But we had a beautiful romance in the first 3 or 4 years before, the craziness set in. And he's from out of town. He's from Philadelphia. We met at college. And actually neither one of us wanted to be there. But we got us a job and then we got married. But You know, life can be so simple, as Lauren Hill says, but we'd rather make it hard. Because most of us got to try to live like somebody else and pretend we're somebody else. You know, it's just like Toothless. All my teeth really came in bad. And as I got grown, I was able to purchase me some teeth. And when they say permanent, you think they're going to stay there forever. But unfortunately, 30 years later, they start falling out. And I have some beautiful dentures. But since I called myself Toothless Tiger, my cousin say, how you gonna go on there with all them beautiful teeth and you talking about Toothless Tiger? I said, girl, you know you right. So I yanked them out. You see, because what you think of me, whoever you are, is none of my business. It's what I think of me. I don't think I'm better than nobody, but I can tell you this. I'm a bad mamma jamma. Yeah, I am. And I ain't in no competition with nobody but me. I don't compete. There is none like me, so I don't compete. There ain't nothing false and fake about me. And that is, I don't even worry. So, I just came to YouTube to share me and my knowledge and my wisdom and my presence. And I have really been well received. And I thank you guys for receiving me. I thank you. I got 14 people in here. But that's awesome. And I thank y'all for real. I ain't much, but I'm all I got. And that's enough. But I really wish the women really could come together. But see, some women think that woman is black excellence. So it's no way we could have a conversation. Because there's nothing excellent about her other than she's excellently messing up. And like I said, I don't know how the judge is going to rule. And I really don't care. But I know she should not ever be practicing nothing over nobody's life. I just can't imagine how many people they done railroaded and how many people, really. We think they all look like them, but no, they look like us. They look like us. They always have. And that's what's unfortunate. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get ready to lay me down. You guys have a beautiful night. I done stayed on here a whole hour. And I thank y'all for listening to me. Y'all probably say, man, maybe she need to get that shit out. No, I'm really all right. I'm just being me. Yeah, I'm just being me on the Farilla. Yeah, she is the disgrace. No, she's no excellence. Yeah, Charlene. I would've. I ain't lying. I'd have done a little bit more playing and things. I really would've. If I'd have known it was gonna be like this, you know. You get your fun out when you're young. I ain't had all that fun a lot of people have. But I did have a beautiful life, so I ain't got no complaints. I just be saying that shit because it's funny. But yeah, I'm real good. I'm all right. I don't have no complaints, and the things I complain about are going to continue to happen every day. And I ain't finna lose a pound. And you know, when I was small, it's amazing how when you're small and you know you're thinking you gain an inch and you want to go on all these diets, child, you can't get me to go on no diet. But when I was small, I was always trying to. Everybody's doing it. You live and you learn. And you know they say when you know better, you do better. Some people do, some people don't. So all you can do is you. I call it the you factor. And only you can do it. Only you can be you. And let nobody tell you different. You are beautiful. You smart. You kind. And you tell that to yourself. Even if you're not. That's where you want to be. So help yourself get there. It's the messages we play in our head that messes us up more than anything. That's why words are very damaging. And they matter. And you should really choose them wisely. Because they can leave stains on the brain that can ruin a human being. It is written, the power of life and death is in the tongue. You can kill one's spirit, and they will never be nothing past that noise they hear in their heads. So I believe in uplifting people and encouraging people. That's where I live. You know. And on that note, I'm going to go on and play Mom because I talked about it. I know this Sunday we're going to be, I'm going to do a tribute though this Sunday to CJ. Y'all know the little guy that I play the music and who was, unfortunately, his life was cut short at the age of 22. The date is coming up on the 17th. Actually, I think it's the 18th, which is a Monday. But I'm going to do... But it might be the 17th. I talk to his mom periodically. And she's doing okay. Very frustrated. And, you know, people think that I do things for show. I don't. I do it because I genuinely care. And I know that as long as there are the laws of privilege, nothing is going to happen. But I don't know what these people live with and how they live with themselves. I don't know. I know their family members think it's all a joke, but I don't know what they're going through. And I don't want to know. I wish them well. I wish them well. I'm leaving the Tiger's Den. Y'all have a beautiful night and hope to see you Sunday. Goodbye. In a mother's love, you will find everything. Everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for two, but you're one. In a mother's love, you can feel something hurts. You can heal. Yes, a mother's love is real. You grow because she knows to let you go. Yeah, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mother's love. Mother's love. Yeah. All right. A mother's love. And a mother's love never lies. She believes that you can fly with all of her might. A mother's love. Yay, mama. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.